Hello? Okay, that's live. Ha. So I have no gavel, so I'm just going to knock on the table. Yay. Okay. So thank you all for coming to the December meeting of the Broadband Deployment Advisory Committee. We have an agenda for today that is full but not overwhelming, and I think if we move through expeditiously, we might get out of here by 4, if not earlier, but we're currently scheduled to go to 4. And we have 3 reports that we're going to be doing today. First of all, I would like to know, before we start the reports, if anyone has something that they need to share, and I would also like to ask the people on the phone to introduce themselves. We're supposed to have 2 people on the phone. I know, Karen?
This is Mark Moranti up in Boston, sitting in for Commissioner Karen Charles Peterson.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else on the phone?
Tim Walden with CenturyLink.
Thank you. Commissioner Peterson got hung up in the weather. I'm glad most everybody else was able to get down here, but it's apparently pretty bad up in Massachusetts snow-wise. So I'm glad you all were able to join by phone. And I'm looking very much forward to hearing the updates from our 3 committees. So unless someone has something they would like to raise at this time, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to Red.
That means everyone wants me to start. Very good. So my name is Red Grasso. I am the chair of the Disaster Response and Recovery Working Group, and we wanted to lead a presentation and discussion this morning with the full BDAC committee. Before we get started, I wanted to throw it over to Jonathan for some opening comments.
Well, thank you, Red. I would just primarily want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this group together. We've made a lot of progress over a fairly short period of time, and I think it speaks to your leadership and also leadership of the subgroup heads, Sanjay Sagir, Kurt Jacobs, and Pete Tomczak, who've done a lot of work pulling together individual subgroups that we've focused on a lot of the issues in more depth. The urgency is, I think, underscored by a lot of the disasters we've seen recently, the tragedies in California, my home state of South Dakota. Larry knows got hit by a tornado. Anywhere you go, you're seeing more and more issues, and I think that the work of this committee and working group will really help us to address them more effectively. And so we need to continue to drive forward because I think time is of the essence. Getting it done quickly and getting it done right are essential. And we've really focused on the charges of the subgroup by assigning guidance based on the disaster phase, and we've kind of changed the wording of it a little bit. We used to say before, during, and after. What do we say now? We're saying planning for it, and then response and recovery. And we did the planning report last meeting of the BDAC and got some good feedback from all of you, and we hope to get your feedback again today. Today we're moving on to the response phase, which is how do you respond in the middle of this situation? It not only is a critical time for the public, as we all know, that is impacted by the disaster, but we're focused also on the impact on first responders and public safety who are in harm's way, who are running toward the fire, as it were, and we want to make sure that all of the preparations are in place for them when they get there, as we discussed at the last meeting. And today we'll talk about how we need to make sure that their response is as coordinated as possible, that the communications networks are there for them, and are restored as quickly as possible. We also, are thinking about, today we'll hear more, and Red will explain, he'll be providing the report about sort of the wide range of disasters. I mean, you talk about disasters, but there's man-made, there's natural, there's ones where you have no notice, there's ones where you have a little bit of notice, and there's ones where you have more extensive notice. And they're different types, different situations, different contexts. And so it's in some ways difficult to distill it down to broad categories because of the complexity of the issues that we face in disasters. So we're promoting solutions that are very carefully crafted in an attempt to address the problems as intended and not have sort of unintended consequences being overly broad. And we're trying to engage with the existing stakeholders. I think we're doing a good job of reaching out. The subgroups are reaching out to define, what the best answers are and present our recommendations and best practices. So I just want to to thank you, Red, and thank the subgroup heads for all the progress we made, and I'll turn it over to you to deliver our initial thoughts on the response phase.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. So we'll go to our slides here, and as Jonathan kind of alluded, we've got, I wanted to kind of set a baseline for our characteristics and phases. The characteristics, we really have been talking about sort of two characteristics of disasters, the duration and the notice. And they're all different. Each disaster is unique. We've got some that have very long duration, such as wildfires, hurricanes, or flooding. We've got some that have different lengths of notice. Whether a hurricane, you get 6-day, 7-day, 5-day notice and time to prepare versus no notice, such as tornadoes. It really kind of changes the conversation based on what kind of notice and duration you might be dealing with. And that's a really important aspect to keep in mind during today's entire discussion, is that while we're looking at providing some recommendations and some considerations for a disaster response, it's really important to understand that these are very broad. And while it's not going to necessarily be a plan that you flip open and say, okay, flip to landslide, and there it is, and flip to hurricane, and there it is, there are a lot of some commonalities between how you respond to a disaster. I may not know exactly what clothes I'm going to wear next week, but I know that left leg goes in, right leg goes in, sock, sock, shoe, shoe, and maybe your company does sock, shoe. But however you get dressed, there's still these commonalities in how you respond to these things, even though the exact plan might be different. With that, Jonathan also said we actually had a really great conversation very early on. We referred to it as pre, during, and post, or before, during, and after. And when we got to this phase, the question of during and how we define during became kind of confusing, because in a long notice event, is it during if the hurricane hasn't made landfall yet, but you're taking actions to do some stuff and protect some of your network? Well, that's not really during, because there's no winds yet, but it's not day-to-day operations. So one of the things we tried to do was just kind of level some of the terminology. So we're now referring to it as the planning phase, the response phase, and the recovery. So keep that in mind as we're discussing today, just in terms of terminology. Sometimes our terms can have different meanings to different industries, different people. I do speak a combination of both Southern and Northern, so kind of depending on exactly what we mean, we're just trying to level the playing field. I'll remember to advance these while I look at mine. So today we wanted to briefly review our planning phase discussion that we had back in September. And so on the slides there, I've got the very 5 high-level concepts that we had discussed, just to kind of refresh our memory. That during the planning phase, during our blue skies, during our normal operations, this is when it's really important to build and maintain those formal relationships. This is the time when we're looking at new infrastructure being deployed, and we're looking at redundancy and resiliency to try and make sure that those networks and connectivity stay up. We talked about infrastructure response and recovery planning, so having those plans together. We talked about having plans for information sharing, how you're going to share information, what information gets shared, who those stakeholders might be. And then the last one was defining the problem and not solution. We talked about trying to develop plans, trying to develop responses where we're not just treating the solution, but we're actually looking at what the root of the problem might be and actually address that correctly. Part of the reason that we bring up these to review is that some of these concepts are very similar in the response phase. While we may not be writing the plans and we may not be looking at maintaining formal relationships, it really kind of goes hand in hand, that if we haven't had a chance to build a relationship yet, well, there's no time like the present. And if the present happens to be during the response phase, well, then that might be a good time to find somebody new that you need to talk with and build that relationship, and then going forward, maintaining it. One of the great conversations that we had was we talked about our ducks being our little plans, and we talked about getting all of our ducks in a row. And if you have your little response plans, you might be able to get your ducks in a row. But at the response phase, if you don't have a duck, well, then you just line up whatever ducks you have, because it is that response phase. And then taking those notes and being able to kind of say, well, you know, maybe I do need more ducks, and you can address that later on during the blue skies. Today we wanted to do a presentation very similar to September. This is a high-level response phase considerations. These are all draft, and our goal here is to get the BDAC's input on where we're at so far, and make sure that we can capture any of your feedback or concerns in our final report. We are targeting March of 2020 to complete our final report. That's no shock to our working members, although it may seem like delusions of grandeur. That is what we're pushing for, though that means we've got a lot of work ahead of us in the next couple of months. Finishing with a draft report to get input on, and then being able to deliver that in March of 2020. After the presentation today, and there's only about 150 more slides. I'm kidding, there's about 5. We'll lead a discussion with the committee as a whole. So definitely, as you're looking at these slides and listening to me ramble, write down any questions or concern that you have, and we'll dive into those. One thing I do want to call out, though, is that this is a great opportunity for the committee to really give us feedback and input on our draft considerations that we have so far. One of the things that we're very fortunate is to have some of our working group members that are a part of the committee. And so I do want to just acknowledge that on some level, we want to be respectful of everybody's time and not necessarily get too deep into the weeds about a particular topic that might mirror a conversation that we've already gone through at the working group level. So as you're thinking about your considerations or ideas or feedback, we'll try and just kind of keep it succinct and just concise. I'll write it down, bring it back to the working group, and we'll make sure that we address those in the report. So our first consideration is the implementation of those plans. That really kind of becomes one of the first parts, is taking the plans off the shelf. It's now not a blue sky, it's a kind of a dark and stormy sky, whatever that might look like. And you need to be able to prioritize and implement those relevant sections. Again, internally, whether we're talking about a government agency, whether we're talking about a private entity, a nonprofit, a faith-based organization, taking that 3-ring binder off of the shelf and flipping open to whatever that response plan looks like, looking at those relevant sections and implementing appropriately for the disaster that is upon us. We talked about pre-positioning and staging of equipment for each of the different disaster. And I think one of the things that's very important there is that it is dynamically changing throughout the entire disaster. Each response that we get, it's very important to kind of keep a look at reevaluating what that response is looking like and adjusting based on conditions that might change. Did the hurricane take a different track? Did the wildfire get contained earlier than anticipated? Did it not? Did other impacts affect your ability to respond? So really, as we look at all of the different types of disasters, also recognizing the dynamic nature of a disaster, and being able to keep that in mind. Accounting for service restoration communications assets is really kind of a holistic view of what is needed to restore service and connectivity. So being sure to account for fuel when using generators, or being sure to account for personnel that are needed to operate the equipment, or for the safety of the personnel. Rapid issuance and distribution of waivers and access letters to aid the restoration of services lost during the disaster. Access to roads, waivers for tolls, state income tax relief for work performed during a response. License reciprocity was a big part of our conversation. Another big part of it was expedited process for drone usage for assessments by public safety or by key infrastructure providers. And of course, drone usage needs to be coordinated with EOCs so that they don't interfere with manned aircraft. We had a great conversation about that specific use case on distribution of waivers and processes that need to be looked at. And then logistical support for the teams and communities affected. This conversation really went towards credit card increases for personnel as they deploy lodging authorizations. Credit cards don't always work, so cash can be king during a response. We talked about fuel that's provided by FEMA really needs to go through the state government and doesn't go direct to industry. So making sure that fuel plans are adequate. Again, building on those relationships that were made during Blue Skies, implementing those plans that were written during Blue Skies, making sure that fuel needs are addressed and how that looks. Security escort for restoration crews, charging stations for citizens, open Wi-Fi was an idea that came up during this topic. All of this really wraps into being able to respond to our communities of those affected. The other major topic was sort of the network monitoring, inspection, and restoration. And we say network, we may find some wordsmithing. We talked about using the term network. We talked about using the term connectivity. We talked about using a couple of different terms, but being able to look at what is going on, what is impacted, what isn't impacted. Part of this conversation also centered around the fact that not all networks are affected the same way. That in a disaster area, some networks might be up, some networks might be down, some networks might be fluctuating. And so it's important for those operators to really monitor and understand what is going on and what is the impact to the community. And so with that, service providers to continually monitor the status and deploy resources when safe to do so. Assessing damage, make necessary repairs or adjustments to affected infrastructure. Repairs may include temporarily restoring network connections using unlicensed microwave backhaul, network adjustments such as changing routes or restoring a third-party connection that may have been interrupted. Discuss permitting requirements for the use of drones of the inspections and assessment. So again, that concept came up again. Communication with and inclusion of all of our necessary stakeholders. And we had a great conversation about exactly how to word that, necessary stakeholders. That was done intentionally because on some level, it's really up to all of those stakeholders to identify who is necessary, who needs to be a part of the discussions for a private company, who needs to be a part of the discussions in an EOC, who is coordinating all of these various aspects. So it was very important to us to kind of make sure that it was very inclusive, any sort of communications plan. The deployment of generators and temporary services, cellular on wheels, cellular on light trucks, cows, colts, aerial solutions, different microwave solutions to address possible outages. And of course, outages could be from fiber, could be from backhaul. We discussed small cell outages and how that looks.
It's a cold.
Colt. Cellular on light truck.
That's what we were thinking.
Yeah, so we will describe all of our acronyms in the report. We didn't want to get too wordy on our slides, but I do want to call out, do you know what a GOAT is? And it's not the greatest of all times.
Oh, darn. No.
It's the glossary of acronyms and terms. I just love the fact that it has an acronym. So we will have a GOAT in our final report to define the cows and the colts and the sows and other barnyard animals. So we did have a really good discussion on that. We also discussed providing voluntary mutual aid to the extent able. And again, our wording is very specific in that. We want to make sure that mutual aid is at reasonable levels and within agreements and frameworks that are already in place. And we want to make sure that the technology is compatible. I think sometimes the term mutual aid becomes a little bit of a non-existent silver bullet that people just think, well, this will solve everything. It'll just be great. Just do mutual aid. Just flip the switch and let them use your network. But if the technology isn't compatible, if the discussions haven't been had ahead of time, if some of those agreements haven't been made, or if there is a negative impact to the person providing mutual aid, then that can actually be a bad thing. The other big topic, and again, you'll see this from the planning phase, is the idea of information sharing. So it really is related to the establishment of those formal relationships and information sharing plans that we talked about during the planning phase. We talked about government and industry to address key infrastructure assets in high-risk areas of mutual concern. Prioritizing those assets and addressing security concerns to protect information. On a large level, we had a conversation about sort of a need-to-know basis. We want to make sure that information is shared appropriately, but it's not just a carte blanche, let's push all of this information out into the public sphere and have all of our network assets known or locations of key infrastructure published. That all really needs to be protected for a number of different reasons. We did have a great conversation about how the community could have a role in this, how trying to figure out how NGOs may fit in, faith-based organizations, and how we had a great example of coordination with access. So again, high-risk areas of mutual concern. We had two different examples of islands that were impacted by disasters, and there was just the physical access, ferries and boats, and being able to get equipment and key personnel to those locations really could be done in a collaborative effort between the industry and the government. Number two is the stakeholders coordinating the deployment of assets as appropriate, including possible engagement in an EOC. Government can really help be a facilitator to solutions for obstacles. Again, if a carrier needs to get a fleet of generators to point X, the government can really serve as a coordination piece and a partner to help identify routes that are available, access that may be needed to get to those routes in order to restore connectivity faster for our communities. Number three, and I don't know if we should take a poll to see if anybody knows this term, but stakeholders to engage with the SIOC is how that's pronounced, in coordination with states, EOCs, and other key infrastructure. So the SIOC, I'll define that for everybody, is the CISA Integrated Operations Coordination Center. And CISA is the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency under the Department of Homeland Security. So I love that there's an acronym inside the acronym. We will definitely have that defined. But this becomes really on a very high level. We can just call it Homeland Security if we want, instead of having to say SIOC. But this is the federal level of coordination between government and industry. And so we call it out specifically because this is a great example of where state and local governments can consider doing a lot of their coordination. A lot of this coordination is done at the very top level of the federal government with some of the top level of industry. And the more that can be leaned on and utilized, then states and locals don't have to recreate the wheel. And so part of our conversation was also looking to ask locals and states to honor some of the access letters that are produced at this coordination center in terms of access for closed highways or other limited access areas. Number 4 was the stakeholders to set expectations by informing public and private entities of disaster preparedness practices. This was one of my favorite conversations. And again, our wording was very specific. Setting expectations is very important all across the board, really in any phase. But the disaster phase may be the most important. Some of the public announcements that we talked about were the idea of text instead of call, to really kind of limit the impact to some of the networks and still have the citizens being able to connect who they want to. Mom, I promise I will text you that I'm okay. Charge your phone now was very important, as electricity may become kind of a commodity during a disaster. Being able to have charged up devices becomes important. One of my favorites was an example from the state of Alabama that the first 72 is on you. So that type of communication out to the public that really encourages them to be prepared and know the expectations of that. Setting expectations during a mandatory evacuation. And part of that where we said private entities is we also wanted to call out that on some level this education and outreach, this expectation setting also needs to exist within an organization. So on some level, these relationships that we're talking about forming and utilizing during a disaster isn't just about key leadership with key state officials, or isn't just about the relationships that may occur inside, in person, in an EOC, but some of these relationships occur from the line level, from the person actually out in the field doing the repairs to that law enforcement officer who is trying to control access to those roads. If those relationships are known ahead of time and the importance of those relationships, then I think everything will go a lot smoother. And so we wanted to call that out real quick. I wanted to pause one. I have a small little soapbox that I wanted to call out. During our conversation, we talked about a mandatory evacuation. And one of the things about a mandatory evacuation is that it is really kind of the government saying, you know, look, we're telling you should leave. And if you don't, and you call 911, we're not going to be able to send help. We're not going to be able to send our firefighters. We're not going to be able to send our law enforcement. It's not safe for them to be out there. And that's really kind of the crux of mandatory evacuation, is that you may not get a ticket, you may not get arrested for not leaving, but you're also really on your own, and you're not going to get the help that you may think. And while that's a kind of a known thing in general, I think the one industry that I just want to take my hat off to is that the one responder that is still doing their job during that mandatory evacuation are our 911 telecommunicators. They're still answering the phone, and as hard as it is to answer the phone and hear somebody in trouble and say, okay, we're sending you help, they're now answering the phone and saying, well, we're not sending you help. So I just want to call out the heart that the telecommunicators have by still doing their jobs. And as a former firefighter, I can't imagine standing in front of a burning building and saying, well, I'm not going to put any water on it. So I can only imagine how difficult that situation is. If I get a little teary-eyed, it's because that thought is in my brain in terms of a mandatory evacuation. So with that, thank you for allowing me to jump on that little soapbox. This is a summary of kind of where we're at with our response phase considerations. We're looking at implementing those prepared plans, getting our ducks in a row. We're looking at impacts to the network and how to restore them quickly. And we're looking at making sure that information is flowing where it needs to flow. And I will open it up to the chair to lead us in our discussion. Again, I just want to call out that if you've got some very concise points, we'll deliver that back and hopefully not recreate some of the working group conversations in respect to everybody's time here.
All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Well, I actually have one. So you mentioned data protection, which I think is really important, because if you're sharing commercially sensitive data, it's first of all critical to do that, but second of all, risky from a private provider perspective. I'm assuming you've had discussions about how to protect that data, but many states have extremely robust and aggressive freedom of information laws. How are you proposing to get around those types of requirements? Because I'm just thinking through, for example, in Arkansas, I'm not a freedom of information expert, but I believe it would be very difficult for the state under their law to keep that private. So can you maybe flesh that out a little bit?
Sure. I think, so part of our initial conversations on that was not necessarily, it needs to be addressed, and it is different in every state. So at a very broad level, it is important to kind of recognize that is going to be part of the conversation that you establish first, that you kind of say, well, where are we in a Freedom of Information Act if we allow you access to this data? I think the other side, from my own experience, is that some of the answers to that could just be, well, I don't want the data, I just need to be able to see it. Or I may ask you, do you have assets in this location? Can we coordinate what that might look like? And that would kind of protect us in a sense that, well, I don't have your data, but you're sharing the information, not the data. And I think that that's an important distinction in some sense. I can tell you what's on my laptop and I can read you the information that's on my laptop, but I'm not giving you the file. So that's one aspect to try and look at protecting the data. And that's part of the reason I think that we called it information sharing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Brent?
Yeah, thank you. That was great. And you may have discussed this, and maybe this is already done. I was wondering if there's a need for reassessment after a disaster, just 48 hours later, what went well, what didn't, maybe in that recovery phase, and maybe you've discussed this, but just something that occurred to me.
Yeah, indeed, and I think that part of it is the dynamic changing environment of a disaster. One is that assessment should be ongoing, and it's sort of that assess and reassess what are the current conditions. I think more of what you're speaking to would be sort of an after-action review, or really capturing some of the notes to kind of say, okay, well, this is how we responded to it, and that's going to be one of those considerations that we get to in that recovery phase. That, how did everything go? How did our plans? What do we need to change? And what can we do differently next time? I think one of the challenges to it, and we had this discussion, there's a term in emergency management that it's the disaster du jour. Once something happens, then you see a lot of energy, sometimes funding come towards whatever disaster is most current on our mind. And you write a plan, and you're kind of like, okay, if this happens again, here's what we're going to do. But then you find out, well, it didn't happen exactly the same way. So we need to look at that and kind of reassess that plan and make some changes.
Delete.
Just wondering if this has come up in your conversations at all. One of the things that has come up in the FCC's USF security proceeding is that small rural carriers sometimes don't have access to a lot of the same information flow that a big carrier would, coming out of Washington especially. So it was just occurring to me as I was reading the network restoration and information sharing pieces. If you all have had any special focus on how the needs of small rural carriers and cooperatives and the like would differ from, say, a big national carrier, particularly when we're talking about making those connections in terms of network restoration, information flow, that kind of thing, because I've come to learn they're surprisingly thinly staffed, and you want to set up a situation where it's not like they view this preparation exercise as something of a checklist, but more of a continuing engagement, particularly when they may not have a person that they can dedicate to this.
Sure. Well, one, I want to call out, it is on our charge to look at carriers of all sizes, providers of all sizes. So I think that that's also why when we looked at it, it's key stakeholders as identified. We left it broad enough that if you are a small provider, or if you are a local government or a state government that has services being provided, then it is important to recognize. It's very important to recognize how all of our citizens are being served. And if the information needs to flow there, then it does need to flow. So we haven't had specific, there isn't a specific section that says, okay, small providers do this, but it is a recommendation that says the information needs to flow to those stakeholders that are affected. And of course, small and rural carriers or service providers are included in that. And our recommendation to those governments and to those agencies are to build those relationships and make sure that that information is flowing appropriately.
So I don't know the order these went up, but Doug, and then Bob, and then Brian.
Red, great job, and Jonathan and the rest of your working group members for your work to date. I have a question which really relates to or comes out of an experience I've had recently, where at the local level, it almost seems, and this is not a majority of this cases by any means, but a fairly large number of local government decision makers almost seem to be dismissing the public safety benefits of deployment. And I'm curious to what extent your working group might have had discussions so far, and or how the report may unfold with respect to identifying or indicating the value of having more robust deployment generally. In other words, if there isn't sufficient infrastructure to begin with, then there won't be recovery. There can be planning perhaps, but I'm just curious as to whether there's been any discussion around how deployment in the first instance can then assist with planning for recovery, et cetera.
Sure. I think it's, we definitely had some great conversations around sort of that planning phase, especially with the terms resilient and redundant. Those are great buzzwords, but what does it actually mean? And in some level, overlapping coverage might be much better than doing hardening of a single site, or there's a lot of different ways to really do that. We also did have a conversation on, when we look at these cows and these colts and these other animals that might be deployed, are we restoring coverage and connectivity that was present, or are we providing connectivity that is needed, though it's in an area that it wasn't present? And what does that mean, and what does that look like? So it's definitely been a lot of our conversation in what does sort of that planning and deployment look like, and how does that affect what the response is going to be. I think it'll be very interesting, and I'm glad you bring up that point on the public safety benefit of a deployment. It'll be interesting to see exactly how we're able to capture that in the report. Jonathan,
I think you're exactly right, Red. We talked about redundancy and resiliency quite a bit, and redundancy is extremely helpful when some networks go down, that there's another one possibly available. I think a lot about California. I used to live out there, and I see what's going on. And there's no state, for example, that's more difficult than California to site in. And we see variations among communities. I think, Doug, some recognize the public safety nature of these facilities and welcome deployment. As a matter of fact, a lot of communities do. But there's some that don't. And it's shocking that in California is one of the examples of the states where they don't. You'd think a state that's subject to earthquakes, fires, mudslides, I mean, every form of natural disaster would be ahead of the curve. And some communities in California are, but many have made it very difficult for us to put needed equipment in, and then decry the fact that service is down after disaster. This is going back to the preparation phase. In the preparation phase, we need to recognize, I think, early on the public safety nature of this. And the irony of it is that a lot of the times the issue is driven by supposedly public safety, spurious concerns about RF that aren't documented, that aren't supported by anything, that aren't even allowed to be considered by localities, become a political hot button, and a very small minority of people sort of hijack the local process, and the locality says, you know, we're going to make this difficult, and then they have a disaster, and there's real health effects, not only documented, but real and present danger to public safety, to the community, and they didn't think of that when they were listening to a handful of people that were making spurious claims and allowing them to hijack the process, slow down deployment, undermine the ability to implement redundant networks and for carriers to invest their limited resources in that community. No doubt those resources went to another community that was more open to investment. But when the disaster strikes, it's too late to say, geez, we should have thought of that before. So I think you make a good point, Doug.
Thank you.
Yeah, plan obviously is only as good as its implementation. And so when I start to think about implementation, I start to think of here's the network the way it is today, and then here's the network the way it should be. So that raises a question in my mind, raises a lot of questions in my mind that I don't know if you've dealt with or not. One would it be a voluntary plan? Would it be a mandatory plan? I mean, how do you get this plan implemented? And that's sort of the first step of the question. The second step is, if it's entirely voluntary, who knows if it'll work. If it's not entirely voluntary, companies have probably already looked at doing some of the things in the plan, and for whatever reasons, business case reasons, have decided not to. It'd be great to have redundancy everywhere, for example, but there's a cost to that. So the second part of the question, the first part is voluntary versus mandatory, and the second part is, to the extent that there are costs associated with this, how do those costs get paid?
At the working group level so far, we have not discussed an exact plan. We haven't really written a plan that says, okay, here's what we're going to push out, and this is what it's going to be. Of course, had we done that, then there would have been a lot of conversation about, okay, no, wait, is this voluntary? Is this mandatory? And who's paying for it? Is this an unfunded mandate? That was always one of our favorites. So we haven't had those levels of discussions. At this point, we are looking at sort of those considerations, those recommendations for an entity to create their own plan. Whether that entity is the government, whether it is a private, whether it is a nonprofit, whoever it might be, that these are the things that we've identified as a working group, bringing all of our knowledge, experience, and sort of paradigms together, and really kind of added a really, hopefully, very holistic view of responding to disasters that are impacting our connectivity. And I know that's really kind of a broad and general answer, but I took down your concern, and I want to make sure that gets kind of captured, maybe in the executive summary, that sort of says, look, we're not writing the plan, but when you write a plan, here's how to do it, or things to consider.
Brian.
Sure, thank you. Excuse me. I really just wanted to touch upon the question about small providers. So we have not had an in-depth discussion at the working group on this, but just to give you a quick 1,000-foot view, in the electric co-op world, there is a strong commitment to mutual assistance. And the way that operates with us is that every state has a state association of electric cooperatives, and they're the first line of defense. They help coordinate and bring other electric co-ops into the area to help and to share resources. And then it also comes up to the national level, and then we help coordinate with amongst the states also to bring mutual assistance in, whatever it may be, when there is a disaster. And I'm happy to help outline that so we can include those kind of examples in the next report.
Great.
Thank you. David?
So, picking up on a couple of comments from Doug and Jonathan, you know, I'm interested, you know, when we're sharing this information, if the challenge is at the consideration of a FOIA request for competitive information on location of equipment, should we define or recommend defining broadband as a critical infrastructure? That way we can. I know some states have that definition, some don't. And if we are going to define it as a critical infrastructure, should we include minimum testable and verifiable standards for service? So when we're talking about FirstNet and public safety, when we're talking about critical infrastructure, generally that comes along with standards of service, right? And what would those standards look like and what would they be? And kind of just an open discussion for what you're thinking about.
Well, I think it's very important. I mean, it goes along sort of, you know, the first question about FOIA and being able to have that definition as critical information. It'll add to that sort of data protection conversation that we've been having. So I appreciate you bringing that up to the committee to consider.
Leticia?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the update. Very, very interesting. As I hear the conversations and, you know, we hear information flow, the data sharing and how important it is there a plan of the working group to focus on that information? Like, I find that usually is that starting point when there's a disaster is what do we start with? What do we have available for that information to start flowing down? So, for example, when, you know, in the case of a hurricane, it's like, where are the sites? What equipment was installed? All that, like, creation of a baseline of information of where our starting point is, and then how do we tackle and how do we implement the plan? Is there some discussion around that baseline of information? And it really includes the smaller operators and the bigger ones, if they all have like a guideline into what information should we be tracking before something happens?
Sure. We have had the discussions and sort of the use case on what information is useful and how it should be shared. Part of that conversation, though, was that, again, sort of a need to know. And it wasn't in this sense of like, you know, very protective, I don't want you to have it. But it was sort of, you know, if one provider is responding to this disaster and they're taking care of their network connections, they're taking care of their deployables, they're taking care of their people, it may be quite overwhelming, maybe at an EOC level, to share all of that information when some of it doesn't need to be coordinated. Some of it, you know, where that provider is getting fuel from, if they're happy with how they're getting fuel and they're getting enough fuel, then the level of information about that fuel doesn't need to trickle to the government because there's not an ask there of coordination. On the flip side, too, we want to recognize that it is very important for private entities to be able to keep information that may be competitive in nature, that may be proprietary, and in some level, some of that baseline may seem pretty low because on some level, you may not need to know where all of the sites are if the network hasn't been degraded. If there isn't actually an impact yet from this disaster, then that sort of brings up that concept of need to know. Is that, you know, if you're a carrier representing and you're saying everything's fine, network's good, we've got staged equipment ready to respond if needed, but at this point everything's status quo, then sharing that information either may just overwhelm the people it being shared with, or it may just be kind of extraneous to take that step. So we have had those conversations on where it is. But I think part of really what you're pointing out is that establishment of those relationships. And as every emergency manager is different, there's the old saying that if you've ever been to a fire station, you've been to one fire station in the United States. You've been to one carrier, you've been to one emergency operations center, or even dealt with one specific emergency manager. Sometimes progress happens one retirement at a time. And so that relationship can be just as unique, and what is considered a baseline information is going to be just as unique.
So that's very interesting to me, because I'm sitting here thinking about, the equipment that we deploy, and some of it is LTE and some of it is not. Some of it is fixed wireless, over unlicensed frequency. And LTE, of course, is a standards-based, and so it could be used for other things. And I'm going through my mind from a disaster recovery perspective, if a carrier's network is down, they might need to roam on a different carrier's network, and even though so the type of equipment, for example, that's in the field may become important at some point in the future as these networks get built out, as opposed to simply that the equipment is there and that the network is up and functioning. If you have one carrier who's down that's going to need to roam over a different carrier who maybe doesn't normally handle, for example, mobile, it would be an interesting, for me that's kind of an interesting question, and does it get into the realm of eminent domain? So just sort of pinging around my mind how that would work. Because it might be necessary, I would think.
Yeah, well, and I mean, 2 points that you bring up there is sort of that idea of the compatible technology being there, and then sort of, mutual aid provided when able, making sure that you protect your network. If you were to offer, taking on another carrier to roam onto your network, if you find out that they have thousands of subscribers in one area and your network's not able to handle that, then you may be degrading the service that you are providing to your normal subscribers. So it is very important to kind of recognize the value and limitations of providing mutual aid.
Tom, thank you. Tom?
Thank you. So Red, first of all, great presentation. I think obviously a lot of effort and time has got into this. I specifically like the segmentation of planning, response, recovery. I think it gives a terrific method of at least trying to clearly understand where the opportunity is. From our perspective, I think that there is no better amount of effort than the planning that goes into this, and I think we all do, probably in our own way, we all do a tremendous amount of planning for our own infrastructure and our own companies and business and whatnot. Yet what's clear to us, certainly to me, is how tightly integrated many of these things are, and certainly a good example in the mobile world would be, well, we have tremendous amounts of radio network. Without power and without transport, the mobile network isn't very good. We do a tremendous amount of simulation, DR simulation, at our corporate level and certainly at our market and regional level. And I guess my question, first of all, is there more opportunity to do sort of cross-functional simulation involving, not only kind of the key groups, but a lot of the secondary groups that we get involved with? In a disaster, what typically happens is you get the EOCs going and then you continue to bring people in. But I think that in my mind, there's probably more opportunity to do simulation that really encompasses everything. And I don't know if that's an area you guys are looking at or spending more time with.
Yes. We had, really a great conversation sort of during that planning about being able to do exercises and trainings where you are vetting those plans. I think Brian, said that, the implementation is only as good as the plan it's based on. So you can write a plan and put it on a shelf, but if you don't take the time to simulate, practice, exercise, and train, then that plan's not going to really be that valuable when tried to implement. I think that there's definitely a lot of opportunities. I know that there are some agencies that take an opportunity that says, well, geez, this other state is being affected by this disaster and we're not affected by it, but let's go ahead and use it, right? What if this was our disaster? What if we got to pretend that we're responding to this, and they start making some of those phone calls, and they might call a carrier or some of their EOC partners and kind of say, hey, just exercising this part of our relationship, this part of our plan, and seeing, if we were also impacted, what would this look like? On some level, I'm not saying that that is appropriate for everybody, because I don't want people to call carriers when they're in the middle of responding to hurricanes in the southeast and saying, well, we're not affected, but we want some of your time as well. But I think that having that mindset, and just even sometimes going through a tabletop, maybe it is just a 2-hour meeting where you get in a room and kind of say, well, what if, maybe that's internal, maybe that does involve some external membership as well, but being able to really kind of train and exercise is very important. So it's definitely part of the conversation that we've had.
And yes, thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Just a couple of sort of comments from the group, from our group's work. One is roaming agreements are something that are worked out in advance and should be worked out in advance. There's a lot of detail in them. Waiting for a hurricane is not time to start. And then when those are invoked, they're very specific. It's like, is it going to be like over the whole state or just a county or whatnot? So those are worked out in advance, and then they're sort of case specific. How much traffic does the carrier want to bring to you? What area? What duration? How much capacity do you have? How much spare capacity do you have in that area at that time? And that can vary. And then there's technology compatibilities. Not everybody can roam on everybody, so you got to do those matchups as well. On the information sharing, that is a balance, and I think a lot of the discussion was kind of around the importance on the EOC virtual or physical staffing. And I think the way that's worked out pretty well is, rather than trying to anticipate any information anybody might need and everybody pouring all that information in, and then of course in a dynamic network that you're building, you need like weekly updates from everybody all the time. So just a massive data collection effort with the FOIA problems that presents. But in practice, what really works better is, if the fire is here, they'll say, do you have facilities along this fire front? And you're there and they're there, and then you address this particular information that is pertinent to that circumstance in that EOC. And that, I think, is, as Red sort of addressed, how you get the information to the people in a conducive format to address the problem without encumbering all the other issues with the data and data storage, and data availability, or over availability.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions to add to the disaster recovery report?
I've got one kind of closeout that Chris reminded me of. One of the things that we also want to do in our report and in this discussion about response, we want to recognize that some of these considerations are already being done. These are not brand new, we're not trying to say, but we want to acknowledge some of the information sharing that's already taking place, the DERS reporting that occurs, the Wireless Resiliency Cooperative Framework, some of the formal relationships that are already established. So I just want to say that a lot of this is already being done. We're just kind of putting this in our discussion and in our report to kind of recognize those efforts that are being done and really encourage, maybe on some level that these types of best practices continue and that they get adopted more widely and continue to be done.
Thank you. Thank you for a great report and for your ambitious deadline of March. I'm looking forward to seeing that report as well. So we are, under the agenda, we're supposed to take a break before the next report, but that was supposed to be an hour from now, so we're way ahead of schedule. Do we want to take a 10-minute break? Yes? Okay, 10-minute break. Thank you.
Good job.
So, first of all, I want to thank Red and Jonathan again for great report and the working group for all of your work. Looking forward to hearing the outcome, especially if it'll be ready by March, which would be very impressive. So appreciate all of your work on that. So now we're going to turn to Leticia Latino, Chair of the Broadband Infrastructure Deployment Job Skills and Training Opportunities Working Group. I don't even think you can make an acronym out of that.
Very hard.
Leticia.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Hello, everybody. First of all, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving holiday and that you had some time to disconnect and recharge. I certainly made a point out of it. One of the things I'm grateful for this past year is to have the opportunity to join you in this committee. It's been a great experience, especially chairing the group. Our working group is really fantastic, so I'm very happy about that. So I cannot promise that we will fill up all the time we were left with, but definitely we have a very good update for you all. And so what we want to cover today, obviously acknowledging our team members, an update on the calls and subgroup meetings that we had this quarter, the charges we focused on, the subject matter experts we invited. This was really as I call it, a CSI operation. We were on discovery mode. We were on on a mission, talking to people, trying to validate, the assumptions we made or our own opinions about why there is a skill gap. And so this is most of what you will see is really their input and what we learn in the whole process. We will discuss the key and relevant takeaways from each SME. Some of the initial recommendation thoughts that really come from them, but that we believe are certainly the direction our group work is going. Then we will touch upon the report structure that we're suggesting and some update on workforce-related industry efforts, and then we will open the floor for comments. A few thoughts to start, or opening remarks. As I said, I'm very proud of the work our group is doing. We are all working very diligently, and I want to thank all of the members that are here, part of the BDAC, and all of them that are either watching or listening through the phone. I've been very surprised and about this whole experience and the importance that workforce is taking. The privilege to chair the group is giving me the opportunity really to talk to different workforce groups or different stakeholders that are approaching us and want to learn what we're doing. And so I definitely don't take lightly the opportunity we have to make a difference and an impact and to share what we're doing with other people in the industry that really want to learn about how we can solve this problem. With that, I also took a personal initiative of linking the dots into my business initiative. So you'll see the pictures. Ricken and I like to put update pictures of what we've been doing this past quarter. So in the picture you see up there, it's me with a public official commission from Miami, from Dade County, that I took to visit Ericsson and learn about smart cities and the technology. So just talking to stakeholders that can have or make an impact into the workforce and teaching them about what we're doing and the work that our industry is doing is really has been empowering to me because they really appreciated the fact they told me we would never look at a cell phone the same now that they saw people at the Ericsson facility climbing the towers and doing the work that they do. So to me has been, as I said, a personal initiative and passion to try to link the dots into the work we're doing here with the work I do on my day-to-day. With that, Ricken, your opening remarks.
Thanks, Leticia. And I just want to add a little bit to that, and I definitely echo what you just said. And first of all, I really appreciate your leadership into this. I know your busy schedule and travel, but you still make sure that our group stays busy, so that's good, and we are actually on track. I want to acknowledge our team members, our group members, basically, for their expertise, time, and commitment into this, and expertise actually they are bringing at the table. Everybody is very passionate, and this is actually helping us a lot. Our report is starting to shape up. It's going to start shape up now. We are going to share how we are actually planning to structure that. But I must say that when it's going to be ready, it's going to have very significant impact on our industry. And to add to what you just said, I mean, why I stay motivated, and we just had discussion in the break, Larry and I were talking, this charter too, how busy it is, and I said, well, it's busy because one, I'm co-chairing with Letitia, but at the same time, I'm very passionate about this because the topics we are addressing, and it's not going to actually solve the problem for our industry just in near future, but this is also going to address many challenges we are going to actually see in the future for next generation as well. And I want to actually mention this, speaking of motivation, and hear this, 65% of the children starting school in 2017 and after will have jobs that do not exist yet. This is actually a number coming from IBM's report. This is very significant. So the work we are going to actually produce is not just going to address how we are going to gap this the demand versus supply for our industry, but also how we're going to address this in such a way that the schools and colleges and education system also prepare this workforce for the future. The other number, and this is coming from IBM report, and says that 120 million workers, 120 million versus our population, right, 330, 340 million, will need reskilling in next 10 years, right? So we are actually addressing our immediate need, but at the same time, we want to actually focus in our report so that it can actually address it. It should not be dated. If somebody reads that report 5-6 years from now, we now believe that we have great recommendations coming from our members so that it's going to actually have a timeless impact, if you will. So with that, we want to actually start with our next slide. And then just so that highlight, actually one, yeah. One before that, please. Yeah, just on this slide, I just wanted to highlight that the picture you see here is the students of my 5G small cell course from University of Maryland. We took them to our local DC 5G conference, and we are going to actually talk a little bit about this, that why we need this kind of partnerships, and also sponsorship versus scholarship, basically. The event planners actually offered a free registration for our students, but not only that, they got to witness what industry was doing and is doing actually in terms of 5G, and they had actually best time while they are actually at the event. They could see actually how industry is talking is connected with what we are learning in the classroom. So I just wanted to acknowledge a DC 5G team there. This is actually our group members. We have 25 of us here. Many of them are actually main BDAC member, and please, I would say that feel free to chime in wherever you can in our presentation as well. Also want to acknowledge that from last meeting to between last meeting to this meeting, we have new member Michael Hain joined our group. So welcome, Michael, again, and we are looking forward to your contribution in our working group. The update actually I want to provide just in this quarter, you can see here, and I have to look at my slides because some of the portion is getting cut there. We met 10 times, 10 bi-weekly calls, very productive quarter. We have divided our entire working group into 3 subgroups, and we actually divided these subgroups actually, as we shared last time, as per the key stakeholders. So you can see here we have first subgroup which focuses on employers and their need to fill this skills gap. The second working group is workers and students, and the third one is training providers and education providers. So it could be public and private providers, both sides we are considering. Besides our bi-weekly call, our subgroups are also meeting bi-weekly. So when we have call this week, subgroups actually most likely would meet next week, and these are all the conference calls. So you can actually imagine we have 10 more subgroup calls among them. So we have a very busy quarter here. Our focus has been for this quarter has been on the first 3 charges of what's given to us, and we are going to actually share those 3 charges in next few slides. The main focus was, as Letitia said, we just actually listened this quarter, listen and analyze. We invited lots of SMEs from outside of our working group, and our members did an amazing job in finding those SMEs and making sure that they can actually they are available. And not just we are listening, but after we are listening, we are actually analyzing what they were saying and how that relate to our charges. So we revealed some discussion on what who actually we invited and what we concluded out of those discussions as well. We have started discussions on our final report. That is actually, I think, going to be a challenge, and it's a good challenge to have. Why? Because we have lots of material now. We have lots of understanding on the topics and charges given to us, and putting that into that knowledge into a report. I think that's going to be a really good challenge. But we are confident that we'll achieve that. We have really good support from our working groups, and also we have two of our working group members who chaired the last BDEX working group. So, and I'm referring to Bob and Doug here. So we are going to rely on their expertise as well when it comes to formatting reports here. And we have actually collected lots of resources, and I encourage all of the member of BDEC to look into this whenever you have time, which is of course a big challenge. But we have lots of white papers, reports, studies gathered on our Google Drive. So feel free to plug into those. We shared that link during last presentation, I believe. Yeah. So here are the three subgroups. As I mentioned, we have employers. Now we call it employers, but as you can see, we have wireless operators, cable providers, WISPs, private not-for-profit, governmental as well, and also sponsors of apprenticeship program. We are putting them under this category, and also trade associations. In the second subgroup, we have workers and students. So here we have trainees, apprentices, high school students, college students, basically people who are going to come up into the market and fulfill this requirements and bridge this skills gap. And the third one is public and private providers of training education. So here not only we are considering colleges, community colleges, four-year degree granting colleges as well, but also many private training providers as well. And we have some good examples this time to show everyone. This slide, it's a repeat from last time as well, but why we want to actually show this again, because we want to highlight which charges we are focusing on this quarter. As you can see, so there are two slides here, and the first one we are showing the first two charges for our working group. The first one is identifying the gaps and mainly determining the stakeholders on both sides, fixed and mobile broadband connectivity. And the second one is, once we identify that, formulate those possible solutions for the stakeholders, and also suggest those solutions which can be adaptable and scalable. And then the remaining three are, you can see here on the slides, and the important words actually we are highlighting here. So the third charge is going to be provide those recommendations for the possible steps, which is going to attract more skilled professionals. And number 4 is going to be identify the existing programs which work, and how we can actually use them as models, and also based on that suggest some new programs which can provide those complements, but rather I would say whatever is missing in these existing programs. And the fifth one, and this is actually really going to be important because this is missing in our industry, provide the performance metrics to gauge this effectiveness of the existing program or the future training program we are going to propose. The focus, as I said, has been on SMEs, but also while doing that, we wanted to identify what charges we are addressing. So you can see here, we presented our stakeholders in our first meeting on September 19th. Then our focus this year, this quarter, was to finalize charge 1. And when I say identify the skills gap, also we wanted to validate that. So we actually did that. And then charges 2 and 3, which is formulate solution and recommendation, is what we are working on, and also determining the training programs and performance evaluation criteria, I think that's something we are going to focus on the next quarter. But as you can see here, we are in parallel working on charges 2 and 3 and also touching on 4 as well. The approach we took is basically identify all the SMEs and invite them on our subgroup calls as well as regular calls. Hear them out, what challenges they are facing in the industry, but what solutions actually they are implementing in their little bucket, if you will, and how we can actually get those best practices across our general industry here. We did a lot of research. We had a good collection of reports out there on our Google Drive, which we are going to rely on when we actually start compiling the report. And of course, comparing notes as well. And this is something important that not only we invited the SMEs, but after SMEs leave our calls, we would still actually, our members will stay on the calls, and then we analyze what was said and what else actually we can do so that we can start formulating those recommendations into the reports. And the next slide. This is actually what we mean by validating the skills gap. If you recall, the chart was shared in our first meeting on 19th September. Letitia and I, we put together 3 basic questions for our working group before we started this kickoff call in September. And the response you see here, the numbers, this is actually coming from our working group. And then over the time when we invited SMEs, we heard them, we identify what they were actually telling us about the skills gap, what are the problems we have, what are the challenges we have. And as you can see, all of them were validated. This is actually coming from the industry as well. So we are actually kind of mapping or matching rather what we believed initially and what industry is actually suggesting. And some of the notable one, as you can see here, the lack of public awareness. This is actually number 1, and this is coming back to us, that we need to do actually a good job in making sure that industry and in general, general population is aware of what kind of job opportunities our industry is providing. The salary piece is also coming up. Now this is relative with respect to what jobs you're considering. If you're considering tower climbing job or the field jobs, this is where we see that the industry is struggling with a lot of churn. And Letitia will also mention this. We heard a number of times from the employers where they say that the crew will actually move even there is a difference of $1 in compensation with the competition. And that is where the problem starts. Why? Because the employer already invested a few months or a few weeks of training for their employees, and now they are actually moving to their competitor because the compensation was not related, or for that matter, not just compensation, but the safety, the hours associated with that, etc. So a number of things are there. And as you can see, I mean, this is self-explanatory. The other one I want to mention here is insufficient government funding, and this is actually an important one. It's not that the funding is not there, but also the fact that unawareness. There might be funding out there, but our industry or the employers are not aware of it. There might be some money available for training to their crew, their staff, and if they can actually learn about this opportunity, they can actually tap into these resources. And the other one I want to mention is the lack of universal terminology. This is a big one. We might have we do have jobs which are similar jobs, but the way our industry is explaining them or putting them out in the job boards, that changes. So even if candidates are available, they cannot actually read this job description properly, and they say, well, I'm not actually, I wouldn't be able to apply because this is not for me. However, that would be actually not true. The other thing is we are highlighting is, and that is the Department of Labor classes. DOL has all these occupations identified, and you'll be surprised that for our industry, most of the jobs don't exist. Just last year, through our registered apprenticeship contract with DOL, we worked with WIA and TIREP at that time. I think it was about 18 months ago. We are surprised that the fiber optic technician job did not exist in the database. And that job has been going on for years and years. So what we had to do is we had to actually map, and that is a very rigorous process. So we worked together, and then we actually created that occupation, and we told the DOL that this is how actually it would look like. All we had to do is identify the requirements, what goes into the classroom training versus what goes into the on-the-job training. The idea here is just one example. There are many jobs related to 5G, small cells, fiber, cable, broadband deployment. They don't exist. So we need to actually find a way to expedite this process very soon so that our industry can talk the same language. And when we talk about particular job, we know what we are talking about. I think at this point I want to transition to Letitia, but yeah, please feel free to chime in on anything I missed in the slides I covered so far. But as I mentioned, we engaged a lot of SMEs, and Letitia, if you don't mind.
Thanks,
from
Ricky.
here.
Thank you. So next, we want to share and recognize the SMEs that were brought to the table by our group. Everybody did a fantastic job in each subgroup into producing SMEs. We can proudly say we engaged 20 of them during a 10-week period. So yes, we were busy, but it was very encouraging to get the input from them. So I'm going to quickly run through the list because I think they deserve the recognition, and also you deserve to know who we were talking about, who with. So we started with Rod Olson, CEO of Vernon Communications from Wisconsin, and Chad Young, also CEO of Norvado from Wisconsin. So they're broadband providers in a rural area. So that aspect of their challenges and their struggles with hiring and retaining the right personnel and employees has given us a different perspective, because also we had a lot of SMEs coming from bigger companies. But that was a very, very interesting conversation. Then we had taken advantage of a trip I had to Ericsson. Again, we met with 4 of Ericsson personnel in Dallas at their Center of Excellence, and those were Scott Crockett, Tim Armstrong, Chad Menon, Shane McBride, and they represented from sourcing to training to subcontracting services. In that same meeting, we had the public officials, which I'll mention in a little bit. But that was also being in location at the training facility was very beneficial, and our subgroup joined via telephone. Next, we had Leslie Liaricos, VP of Tower Systems South, Dwayne McEntee, National Wireless Safety Alliance, and Todd Shellockaway. He's going to not be happy with how I pronounce that last name, but that's the National Association of Tower Erectors. Nick Rockness from Golden West Telecommunications, which is a rural telco. Mike Wilson with Mitchell Technical Institute. John Kerr, Director of Basic Education for Adults, Washington State Board for Community and Technical Colleges. Will Durden, Policy Associate for IBES, Washington State Board of Community and Technical College. Paul Kosner, Utility Construction Technician Instructor with the Broadband Academy in Wisconsin Indian Head Technical College. As local government or representative, we had Mayor Claudio Cubillos, which is the president of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities. They traveled with me from Miami to Dallas, as I mentioned. We had Commissioner Keon Hardemon, which is a VP of the Miami-Dade County League of Cities and also Commissioner for District 5 of City of Miami. Commissioner Andrina Jackson from City of North Bay Village. Chief of Staff James McQueen from City of Miami. And then we had some subject matter expert also on the diversity side. Jane Henry, CEO of See Her Work, which is a minority-owned company focused on safety gear from minorities. I mean, from men and women, but really from women, more geared towards that. And Chris Taylor, which is the CEO of See Her Work. So that's a comprehensive list of our SMEs. Now, when we were thinking about how we were going to present this to you.
Leticia, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Your slides are one slide ahead of where you're talking.
I'm so sorry. Okay,
That's
let's
okay.
see. Let me see. Okay, it's okay. Thank you, Elizabeth. So, okay, so some of the questions that we posed, we tried to standardize the reply because we had so many SMEs. We say if we leave the conversation open, we're gonna get so much input that it's gonna be hard to standardize. So we basically asked them to share with us their educational background, how did they enter this field, what positions they have had in their companies, and then their own perspectives about what's the greatest broadband workforce human resource need in terms of hiring, retention, training, and competition. If they were aware of a workforce shortage, what was their opinion about the reasons of the shortage? What is their company association addressing the situation? What can be done to solve the challenges? And if they were familiar with any government programs or government funding. So of course, we're not gonna present to you 20 opinions on each particular item, but we try to find a way to cohesively present the view and the perspective. And what we came up with was really coming from one of the SMEs that at one point they say what the workforce is experiencing is a broadband identity crisis. We basically don't know exactly at each stakeholder level, there's confusion and chaos. And so we really like that definition that they use. And what we did is from the 4 main points that were coming up over and over in our discussions, we tried to present it to you and see how each of them impacts the stakeholders. Of course, then we have a whole long list of other things that are also impacting the shortage. But what we identify basically as number 1 is on awareness and lack of promotion and branding. This is, by the SME's opinion, is the industry worst enemy and impacts all 3 stakeholders. So for the employers, they are not familiar with government programs, grants, and apprenticeship opportunities, and are struggling with both economic and HR aspects of recruiting, training, and retaining their employees. On the workers and students, this awareness affects because they don't know how they advance their career or upskill themselves. They don't understand their career path and often join the workforce through word of mouth and without a clear goal. And so one of them brought an interesting point that they all know what Wi-Fi is. They all have a cell phone. They all think they know our industry, yet they work in it, but they don't understand how to advance their career. And so that seems to us as a huge missed opportunity that we have, because they're all familiar with what we're trying to do, and they could take pride in being part of that, but we are not leveraging that. On the training aspect, there are successful local programs, and I myself was very surprised that there's very good programs out there, but they have issues recruiting students. So that was surprising for most of us. It's like, so the students don't know where to go, but then there's good programs out there, and they say we put it out there, but no one comes. And it's a lot of effort to recruit the students. So again, it seems like a great missed opportunity to link the dots and make this happen. So according to an SMEs, all professional technical programs have advisory groups that help coordinate between educators and industry to provide update on curricula and skills needed, but somehow there's still some disconnect between industry and training providers. So some training providers are saying we don't know exactly what does the industry is most in need of. And so that was, surprising to us. So as number 2, let's say, umbrella of subjects that keep repeating in all our conversations was the lack of standardization of broadband job codes and classes at the Department of Labor level. The Bureau of Labor Statistics Database, or BLS as they call it, needs to update job titles in broadband industry to be able to gather critical statistics for all 3 stakeholders, especially data related to compensation and workforce size. Currently, the BLS shows slow or no growth for our industry, believe it or not. Also, one of the recurring things was data. We don't have data. Who is supposed to gather data? The 3 stakeholders kept repeating that. For the employers, there's no centralized salary and wages database for the industry. Hence, there is a compensation disparity. Each one of them tries to hire whatever range works for them, but that's why they change for $1 difference. If it was standardized and everybody knew what the entry salary level was, then you wouldn't have that competition. Or not to the extent, because that $1 comment, Ricken is right, it was brought up by 3 different SMEs, exactly with the same words. It was surprising. So this is a great expense for the employers as it left with the training and onboarding costs, but no resource at the end of the day if the resource decides to leave. For the workers and students, the lack of standardized job title for broadband workers makes it hard for them to perceive it as a career. We were told that some of them don't know how to explain what they do. So if this is what you do for a living, people like to take pride in what they're doing. And so if you have to explain over and over or say differently to what it really is, it's not fulfilling, in my opinion, for the workers. So some of them mentioned we have to bring the cool back into these careers. These are cool jobs, and somewhere along the line we lost the coolness. The BLS is often used by guidance counselors to assist students in determining what occupation to go into. So how do we stand the chance if the BLS shows no growth or has no job description for our industry's workers? And then for the training providers, to establish any program career pathway, training providers need to show both high demand and good wages are available to the Workforce Development Council and Employment Security data. If no data is available for them to prove so, there's no programs around broadband. On the next slide, there's the number 3 thing that came up is the lack of industry-wide broadband certification standardization, which makes workforce training confusing and chaotic for all stakeholders. There are some certifications options, such as the National Wireless Safety Association, that are being recognized and requested by the industry, by DOL, and programs like TIRAD. For the employers, they have to make a lot of decisions regarding to training. Do we train in-house? Do we train off-site? Which training certificate am I going to provide or request? How do I create a career path for my workers so that they want to stay on board after I train them? What salary range do I start them at? So different customers also might require different certifications. So when you are, a company trying to build your business case around providing broadband services, but you work, let's say, for Sprint and they require something, or you work for Comcast and they require something else, then it's harder for you as an employer or as a company to want to go for every certification out there. So standardization is huge. On the worker side, the lack of this standardization becomes a higher entry barrier into our industry because they don't have a clear path towards becoming an industry-wide broadband certified technician. The cost of training and certification makes it also challenging to join our workforce. For the training and education stakeholders, it's challenging to establish any program career path without having industry-wide recognized certification. Associations such as NSWA is tackling this challenge by partnering with technical schools and have students in these trade schools take the written exam that they require before getting into the industry. Then 6 to 9 months later, after being in the industry, they come back and test all the practical aspects. So this is just an example on the wireless side, which is pretty much what we were able to get info from on how some associations are trying to make their own standardization process to speed this training. And the last one, it's an industry confusion regarding where should the workforce training funds come from. Is it government or is it industry? Obviously, most of our SME things is both, but we have to coordinate the effort between the two, areas. Like, if there are government funds, we need to find a way to make the private industry aware that those funds are available. A lot of companies I personally deal with, now that I'm getting more involved in apprenticeships and all this, they want to know, it's like, how do we apply for that, or how do we do, even, in everyday conversations. So you realize that we are the ones having the conversations and we are not so clear. So what's left for the rest of the industry? So the training costs that the employers are putting out there, they're trying to contain it because they're afraid they're going to lose the employee. And so it's almost like the chicken and the egg. You don't want to spend too much on them, but at the same time, you need them to perform your work. So they seem to be working more on putting off fires when they have a project and trying to get the people to put off that fire rather than creating careers for their employees. For workers and students, in some instances, workers are paying their own way towards certification or CDL licenses, but there are also cases where they're benefiting from Pell Grants or by being sponsored directly by the employer. So that we had some testimony towards that. On the training stakeholders, several industry associations have already programs that benefit from government grants and funding, and which mission is to educate the broadband workforce. However, it doesn't seem to be enough to really be incidental in helping close the workforce gap in the time frame the industry requirement. And where we wanted to make this point is we had one of the takeaways from Mitchell Technical Institute. They say we had 7 grads in May, but there were 100 job openings. So these programs are getting to people, but it's almost like trickle-down effect, and in no way they're going to be enough to fulfill the shortage that we have. These are inputs that we got that are important, and we wanted to share with you. From Wisconsin, we got the biggest challenge in rural areas is competition for skilled IT professionals, not field workers, believe it or not. And we'll get a little bit more into why not in the field workers. Erickson shared with us that for every 10 suitable candidates, only 1 or 2 pass the background check or drug test that they have to fulfill from their own customers. So they have very strict requirements from the companies that hire them, and to fulfill those requirements, by the end of the day, the pool of talent that they have really is very, very minimum. Workers are more motivated for hourly salary than for overall company benefits. It was Erickson also that shared with us. We have the best trucks, the newest computers, the best package when you join our company, yet people move for $1. So they're not putting that much relevance into the other compensation forms. From See Her Work, Jane Henry shared that many industries face labor shortage with coming retirements. She was not that familiar with the telecom industry, but she was a wealth of information for what other oil and gas, for example, and construction industries are facing. And we learned through her that there's a movement called Generation T, or Generation of the Trades. And there's a webpage. It's a very interesting movement sponsored by companies like Lowe's, where they are committed to recruiting people that are committed to the trades. And if you see into all the industries, there's no telecom in there. And so that's something that, could be also leverage, for example. One of our interesting points, if we were to push diversity into our industry, for example, the gear and protective gear that our workers use many times is not fitted, and they fear for their own safety when joining these kind of jobs. So it's not only finding the people, but giving the people the tools they need to work in a safety environment. Okay, so with the difficulty in recruiting, some companies are preferring to recruit people with basic experience, construction related oftentimes, and then train them in-house. They're saying because it's so hard to find people that know about our industry and train them, it's cheaper to them to just find people that can do basic construction work and train them in-house. The downside of the job training is the length of process and the overstaffed crew, because you have to train people on the job, so you might end up not being that efficient adding personnel that isn't training to the crews. And then, money, benefits, and travel requirements are all key component of retention. On the hiring in the rural area, what we found is that it's culturally different, and because of the lack of amenities and just the nature of living in rural areas. But also, people and companies that are in rural areas, they have strong ties and relationships within the communities. So the companies we spoke with, they were saying that they hire directly from the technical colleges than they have in their area. And that's why they shared that they didn't have so many problems with the field personnel, but more with the IT and a little bit more highly skilled kind of job description. They try to pay the industry the standard rates and have robust benefit packages. So closing with the SME input, I thought important that we also share the vision of the public officials that we had on the Erickson discussion. So Commissioner Hardemon from City of Miami they all thought it was very educational and understanding how we can create workforce opportunities in their own local areas. He said, provide the training to the government and he can open up programs for the public. You will have the individuals. He said, you will have the bodies, but you have to give us the training materials. So there was definitely a disposition and a very high interest in collaborating with the initiative. Mayor Claudia Cubicios highlighted that job skills and training needs to start at a local level and maybe even with local officials as the industry-first universal class of students, and emphasized the powerful aspect of including veterans and minorities and appreciated the educational initiative that we put together. And then Commissioner Andrina Jackson, she was very interested in how the technology and 5G technology that that is coming now to them can impact, for example, seawall integrity and how it can ease the community problems. So the initial recommendations that we got from the SMEs when we say, so what would you do? So most of them, they say, well, there needs to be a specific umbrella under the DOL job codes and classes. This was very important to most of them. They need to reflect the current demand, and it has to serve as a data statistic gatherer. And then on the branding and identity, they emphasize that it has to be a centralized effort so that the momentum is gained. There needs to be consolidated movement or program for broadband, and some type of coalition needs to be formed. There must be a central clearinghouse for all things workforce related, where stakeholders are working together, not against each other. So definitely it is that perception a little bit where each stakeholder is working in their own world and their own silo, and that we're not talking to each other. So that was highly emphasized. Then I pass it on to Rikin for the supporting the workforce comments.
Sure. Yeah. So on this slide, actually, I want to highlight the challenges we are actually facing at the workers and students level, and some of the recommendations actually we are suggesting. So before I go into that, I also want to stress on what Leticia mentioned, is that we have two types of problem here. We have employers saying that we cannot find good employees, we are ready to train. And on the other side, workers are also saying that, well, we don't know actually who is hiring and what kind of training we need to get equipped with so that we can actually find a job. And the other thing is that one recommendation, I think it was pretty important one, is the acceptance of the certification, or we need to actually, industry needs to actually have endorsement. They need to provide endorsement to some of the existing certification we already have. Of course, there's a lack of standardization in our industry when it comes to training, but we still have some really good programs out there, some really good universities who are going to, which are providing this kind of training. So we need to actually see that kind of endorsement. The money aspect, when small companies would say that we need to find resource funding, etc., so that we can actually train our employees. At the same time, mid-sized to large companies, they do have existing funding available. They do put aside, and on average, actually, I'm mentioning, based on my experience and some research, companies would put aside about $5,000 per person for continuing education. But the challenge we are finding is that this continuing education is always tied with degree-related education. If you want to go for MBA, here is $5,000 per year. You can do that. If you want to actually go and finish your bachelor's degree, but that actually that mindset needs to change, where we say we have funding. One of the research found that more than 50% of that allocated funding for continuing education stays unused, right? And then you are actually complaining that we are not able to find good candidates, or we are actually not ready to. We want to train, but then we want to find this additional funding. Well, use that continuing education funding, but the mindset needs to be changed in the sense that that just simply cannot be allocated for degrees or higher education in that level. Go and find some existing programs where you can actually just do a week-long workshop or 2-week-long workshop, and you can actually provide the reskilling into that. The other recommendation here you can see is the scholarship and sponsorship. We have some good examples to show there, and this is not just big funding we are suggesting here. The example I can provide is the South Wireless Summit, which is actually a show all this 10 wireless associations in the southern region put together a year. All the profit, actually all the money they gather, they actually allocate that to provide scholarships and sponsorship to undergraduate students who are willing to come and take some of these courses within wireless domain and eventually can be placed into our industry. Another example, again coming from WIA, where we host this wireless connect event at University of Maryland. WIA Foundation provides scholarship to a bunch of our students to come and visit their annual show. Things like this go a long way. We are not talking about just simply sponsoring their tuition. We are talking about providing that experience through which they can actually see that this is a really cool industry, right? We talk about the branding issue, and you can see here the perception, which is the last bullet point, where it says, our industry is not supporting attractive jobs. That's not true, right? We need to actually show that we have actually this demand. And one thing I would highlight is that, recently I started noticing in various ads coming from different operators, and now they are actually featuring their own engineers. They are not actors, they are engineers from the company, and they are saying that I build this 5G network, I'm building this small cell. And you need to actually show that kind of awareness that these are actually cool job, and it requires this kind of, and it shows the job titles as well along with the candidate, and that actually tells you that what kind of work goes into that. The second bullet point, and I'm actually going out of order here, but the understanding of career path. This is actually a challenge we are facing as well. So at University of Maryland, where I teach, as an adjunct, we are finding this issue now over last 2 years. Our enrollment has decreased significantly, more than 40% year over year. And the simple survey we did, and we found that, well, parents and kids, they are actually thinking that, well, telecom is old. It's not new. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, those are cool topics and cool subject areas, and we need to go there. But they don't understand that with new generation of technologies, all this is actually tied together. So you need to understand how wireless works, how wireline works, how broadband works, and all those actually technologies are actually tied together. So that's something we need to do, and we had some really good recommendations from our subgroup where we said that how we actually change this perception not only for students but also for parents and also guidance counselor at the high school level as well. We have a lot of AP programs, advanced placement programs, as for those of you who have kids in the high school would be aware of this or went through this. We don't have AP programs related to broadband. We have AP in physics and a number of other things, right? Many STEM oriented, but that is something we need to work towards. And again, this might be actually long-term solution, but we need to actually focus on that. The other one is how we can actually introduce majors in wireless communication, majors in broadband. We don't have that in our regular degree programs. We have major in EE, but if you go about it and check out those textbooks, those are 15 years old textbooks. We are still actually teaching those. We don't have professional programs, and that is something I think our industry need to work together with the local universities and say, well, we can provide expertise. Our employees, our engineers can actually train your faculties on how things work and how this actually hands-on program will work. We are mentioning apprenticeships as well, and Untitled is one example. It is the only registered apprenticeship program, and just yesterday we received a query from Department of Labor, and I mentioned this earlier, through MMTC, we are involved in the registered apprenticeship contract with DOL. National Urban League is the prime contractor, and for first 2 years of the program, we had partnership with DIREP as well. And they are now asking that, what else are you doing with respect to 5G related apprenticeships? Well, DOL is interested, but yeah, they need to also show additional funding so that they can actually promote this kind of work so that we can fulfill this. So we provided input to them, and we said, well, we are doing awareness, we are doing events, but we still need to do more. We need actually additional funding for our industry so that more and more programs like this can be created, and more training needs to be and awareness needs to be provided to the industry as well as potential students. So here in the next two slides, we have some really good, there are many existing programs which work really well, but we thought we would actually bring some of this here. The first one here is the WRTP, and I need to, again, look at the acronym here. It's Wisconsin Regional Training Partnership. What they did is they partner with local industry and identify that, well, what do you need in terms of hands-on training? How can actually we couple that into our classrooms with our regional and local community colleges? The second one is, this is a good one, and that is Susan Hardwood grant from DOL. Nate has been actually tapping into this for a number of years, and this grant allows Nate and some of their member companies to provide training nationwide. So they do actually regional workshop on some of the safety programs. John Deere is another great example. A single company can do a lot, and this is an example of that. They have their in-house apprenticeship program, not in broadband, but this is actually an example which you can bring this into our industry. And they have actually partnered with local universities. So what they are doing is do the hands-on training with us while you are on the job, and that would be actually counted towards some of the credits, and you can actually earn your associate degree or four-year degree out of that. On the next slide, we have this iBest example, and what they provide is basic skills, how to actually go about job search, how to actually, if English is not your first language, then they provide some basic understanding of, how to go about finding, preparing for your basic interview or phone interview for that matter. And the last one, I think this is a really model program we should embrace, and we all should look into this. This is actually Broadband Academy, and this is again coming from Wisconsin, Wisconsin Indian Head Technical College. What they have created is an online program for broadband technicians. So you would wonder that, well, how can you actually do an online training where lots of hands-on are involved? So they have actually an amazing thing. They said classroom work, do online. For hands-on, you can either come to one of our regional campus, or they have actually partnered with local employers, and they can go to one of those local employers and fulfill that requirement of a week-long on the hands-on training. If you cannot do that, then they would actually send a kit to your house, and you can actually follow some online videos and do your hands-on following those videos with that kit, which is provided by the university. This is something amazing. Now, if you look at the program, this is still based on fiber optic technician and cable in general. There is no wireless element existing there, but I think something along those lines we can do, and we have some amazing employers at this table and in our industry in general. So something together we can work on this and create a model like this, and I think that would be really fascinating. And one more, which is not mentioned here, I want to highlight, and that is actually from IEEE, right? The biggest institute in the world, electrical and electronic, for electronic and electrical engineers. They have this program called Try Engineering. This is for high school, middle schooler and high schooler. This is ranging from age 12 to 17. Really nice program, 2-week long. You actually send your kids to this program, and they will take them to any of the regional colleges, and kids will stay there. They actually go through all the amazing engineering hands-on activities and also team building and many other exercises. They do that. The only downside is it's expensive, $3,000 for 2 weeks of program. We need to actually provide, again, tying back to the scholarship and sponsorship opportunity. If we have good candidates available, these kind of programs do exist. It's just that we need to actually steer our future workforce in proper direction so that we can actually fulfill those requirements. So some of these recommendations are long-term, we agree, but if we implement them right now, I think we are not only targeting our need immediately, but in long-term as well. I think next one is where we are going to share what we think is going to be our structure of the report. And again, this may change, but based on all the discussions we have with the SMEs, this is kind of a draft of our structure, and this is not only for our group members, but also for all of the members here, we seek your feedback as well. So we would start with our introduction and background, explain what charges are charges given to us to our working group, identify the stakeholders, and basically how the report will be structured. Then we are going to go into a separate section called Skills Gap for Broadband Deployment and Associated Challenges. And that's where actually we would have subsections for each of those stakeholders and identify what kind of gaps were identified by each of the stakeholders. Proposed solution will be another section where we can say, well, how we can actually provide a solution which can be adaptable and scalable. Again, each of these sections will address both sides of the broadband, right? Wireless, wireline, both sides. And then we'll have another section of examples of successful job training programs, or the lessons learned we can take from those programs, and how we can create our own programs if we have to do that for broadband deployment and fulfilling those skills gap. And then, of course, a separate section would be on how to provide those performance metrics. So any new or future program, or universities rather, if they want to create such programs, what kind of check marks they need to validate before they actually launch this, or even after they launch this. And of course, we are also going to have goats, right? Yeah, because we are looking for lots of actually terms and terminology. So probably it will be at the start of the report or towards the later part. But Letitia, if you want to add anything to this one.
Then you do a great job.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so the good news is we're getting to the last couple of slides now, and thank you, Rick, and always great work. So what we wanted to also provide you with is an update on the workforce-related industry efforts that are there. So we are very aware as a group that what we are discussing is very relevant right now for our industry. So we get tapped and requested to speak or to provide our views on the workforce and the shortage. And so this is definitely a unique opportunity that we have to make an impact. So in this past quarter, I was invited, and I know Ricken as well, to speak on several events and provide the view of the FCC's working group with relationship to job skills. So we participated in some of these events. I coincided with Jonathan and with Grant and with the NWSA and with Nate. And so you start seeing that it's really, the same people in different platforms that are having the discussions. So this is something that is important because as a group, we have an opportunity to put a voice out there. And obviously, I check with our DFOs before we get engaged into any of those. But it's becoming to happen more and more. So objectives coincide on identifying mutual organizational goals, synergies, resource sharing, and collaboration opportunity. That's really the subject of these initiatives. There has been discussions on the need to have an industry-wide workforce development steering coalition or council, to which in one of the meetings I asked, well, that's kind of what the FCC's BDAC working group is trying to do. What do you think about that? And the response we got is it's a great initiative, but we are afraid that the need is now and there's urgency in what we're trying to do. So that's why I guess our working group feels it, and that's why we're trying to keep up the pace and producing at least some recommendations and actions that are on the shorter term and where we can make a difference. In one of the groups, there was also the desire to develop an industry 2020 workforce development roadmap and to recognize the urgency in solving these skill gap problems. And bottom line, the collaboration is key and that stakeholders are open. And I at least feel, and Jonathan, feel free to chip in, that there's really true openness between all the stakeholders into wanting to do more together, whereas in the past maybe everybody was a little bit more guarded. But so that's the update will relate to that. And then our plan going forward, we will have our last group call for 2019 on December 9th. And the subgroups probably will have one more call after that. At this point, we haven't.
Letitia, do you want to update it?
I didn't update here. I'm moving my computer and I'm not moving the. Okay, sorry about that. And so we consider that our SME work is mostly done, although we are allowing each subgroup, if there's the need, to have more, then for sure we're not going to stop. We have, in terms of SMEs, we're going to have some group-wide SME discussion regarding apprenticeship and credentialing, which is two subjects that are very important, obviously, and that align more towards the recommendations or possible solutions. So we have Grant from WIA and TIRAP, and Doug also coordinating with some experts on the apprenticeship and credentialing aspects of it. So that's what's going to kickstart our interaction in January 13 of next year. And so our next quarter will focus on start organizing all this data gathered in report format, focus on recommending steps to attract more skilled professionals, which is our charge 3, focus on identify potential model training programs, which we started to do, but now getting more in-depth into them, and then start the discussions on performance metrics to gauge the effectiveness on a per stakeholder basis. So with that, the closing thought for our group work of this quarter comes from our SME from Mitchell Tech, when we asked, what would you like the FCC or the industry to do to help increase awareness? And his answer, quote, was, the industry has to get out and promote itself, increase awareness, offer more scholarships, sponsor students. There are so many employers, so if they all did a little of this, awareness would drastically increase. Employers need to engage early with students and help with recruitment. And we all thought that was right on into the essence of what we're doing. And so to close, we went on and say, let's see what the social media, again, as you know, I'm very big on social media and promotion that way. What are some of the broadband players doing? And believe it or not, there's not much out there with regards to workforce development. So we found some posts on Comcast and AT&T having hired 20,000 veterans, which is great. And then we also bump into, for example, a Sprint initiative, which the 1 million project gives students, 150,000 students, phones or computers to perform their homework. I mean, what a great opportunity to bring those students into our workforce. And this is something that I personally don't know if Sprint is doing, but when I saw that, I say, wow, that's a great way to start, and bring these students into our workforce. So that's pretty much it for us. We continue to be hashtagging about workforce development, and thank you all for your time. We'll take questions.
Thank you so much. It sounds like you all have done amazing work over the last quarter, and appreciate all the effort you all have put in. So I see we already have comments. Jonathan?
Yeah, first comment and a question. Maybe this is the best report I've seen on our challenges as workforce ever developed already. I mean, what we've got in this slide deck is, I think, really opened my eyes, and I've been in this for a long time, about what some of the challenges are and some of the solutions. So I want to thank you and Rickett and the entire working group for really putting together a hell of a product, if I'm allowed to say that over the internet here. It's very impressive. And the challenge is very big, and maybe both a question and a comment. The question is there sufficient federal agency awareness of this issue across the government? Clearly the FCC gets it. You've got Chairman Pai created this working group. Commissioner Carr is running around the country. He's talking about this. He's made this a major focus. And maybe the issue is putting it in perspective a little bit, and that's something I would recommend maybe for the report, is, we're not like any other industry. Everybody thinks they're special and they're the most important, right? But what is different about the wireless workforce from a broader perspective, I think the FCC's sense is that our industry is important to every other industry. There's reports showing that we're going to create 3 million jobs, not just in our industry, but across the entire economy. $500 billion in economic growth. So if we don't have the workers in place for our little industry, then all those other jobs aren't going to get created. And this isn't theoretical. This was actually done in 4G. You've got an entire 4G app economy created. No Uber, no Netflix without 4G. Huge amounts of profit and market capitalization. But then you look at the people here that invest in those networks, AT&T and T-Mobile, Tom, and Charles in Sprint, they made the investments, but a lot of the benefits went to other companies, and huge profits and market capitalization of entire new industries arose out of our industry. So you've got, for example, the HVAC industry drawing on DOL and getting all these apprenticeships, and we're We're not doing that in our industry. HVAC's important, it's nice and warm in here, and we like it to be cool in the summer, but they're not creating $500 billion in economic growth in every other industry. They're not revolutionizing and making sure that we win the road to 5G so that all the jobs don't go overseas to Asia or somewhere else that are created out of this. So you know, I guess the comment is, I think the report needs to put that in perspective, why this is important, why we're sort of different and special, and we can document it. This isn't just we think we're special. There's a lot of reports that have been done indicating how essential this particular challenge of getting 5G built is to the overall economy. And, you know, that's worth highlighting. But the question I have is, do other agencies recognize that? The FCC gets it. We hear it from Congress. The White House gets it. But does the Department of Labor get it? Do you think other agencies recognize that this is different than just HVAC or anything else in terms of its outsized impact on the economy?
Well, I'm not that familiar with the DOL. You can ask that better, but I don't think they get it.
No, they, well, so the short answer is no, and they need to do more. But as I mentioned, just the inquiry we received yesterday, and again, I don't know the urgency behind it, but we got an email in the afternoon saying we need response by COB. We need to know basically what is being done in the 5G and apprenticeship domain, right? So I'm hopeful with that question and that inquiry. The challenge though is, and as you very well know, Jonathan, is that the recognition is not there, and I think that needs to happen, because until now, whenever they award any money to either apprenticeship or any future of jobs related program, the industry segments they identify, they have constructions, hotel, and number of things, right? Manufacturing is there, and then they have IT, right? And our question is, well, where is telecom in this, right? So thankfully, through this push and everything over the last 3 years, now they changed IT into ICT, which is information, communication, and technology. But still, there is this identity issue where they say, well, telecom or 5G in general, will it go under ICT or IT in general, or should we also try to put this under manufacturing? Clearly, it doesn't go under manufacturing, my personal view. So yes, ICT is actually a broader category, but again, more needs to be done, definitely from DOL, either in terms of additional funding to the intermediary, because, and the word intermediary is important here. We had this coming from different SMEs all the time, that, you know, we know what apprenticeship is in general, but we don't know how to actually put our program or our company into that program, right, through apprenticeship. There are lots of processes around that. So that's where actually DOL has created this intermediaries, where they give funding to this industry and equity intermediaries, and their job would be just to help employers understand how this works. If employers cannot create their own program, then they can actually help them create this program through this process. So funding is allocated, but actually not so much for, in fact, not for telecom in general. And I think they need to do more, for sure.
Thank you. Tom?
Tisha, Dr. Thacker, great presentation. I guess I have just maybe some of these will be naive questions, but it might help me get the context for some of the points. But on slide 14, when you had mentioned, I want to make sure I'm tracking this correctly. So you've got pipeline challenges in so you've got viable programs that are ready to receive students, but you have a crimp in the pipeline into those programs as far as marketing and getting the word out, making it cool, basically getting the folks in the chair. So that's one constraint on the pipeline. And then, if I'm tracking correctly, then the other constraint is post-program, the actual placement with the providers, in the sense that there's a dot, you said you're not connecting necessarily where the curriculum is not lining up with the employer demand, or tell me, elaborate more on that post-program constraint.
Well, and this is an educational question, so Rick can feel free to add. But from my point of view, when we had those SMEs, comments, we had some of those localized programs that don't have a lot of promotion dollars. They say, we build a program because we heard, there's a need, but then it costs us too much money to go recruit the students for it, so then we cannot justify having the program open. So it's almost like the program dies off because they don't have the people to fill the seats. In some of the local areas, when they have the strong tie with the hiring entities or companies that are there, they don't have the problem. That's the case of Mitchell Tech. They graduate 7, they needed 100. So they don't have the problem. And the problem seems to be when you don't have that strong ties into the industry, and so that feeding doesn't get established back into the industry. I don't know.
And I think what you just said is right as well, that and that ties to the credentialing as well. Employers would like to actually hire, but then they know some programs which exist, but they don't know whether the curriculum which is being actually taught in those programs match their job needs. We do have, and that's where credentialing actually come to play. But the other aspect is we have a number of examples where companies would say that we want to hire this 10,000 veterans, right? There are many programs nationwide, and I can name a few, like Warriors for Wireless, great initiative, and then ABS Solutions, they are also doing something about that. So the challenge goes both ways, how to actually recruit ideal candidate and attract them that they know this is actually a good program, good training program you want to go through about like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 6 week long. But then once you get into that, you need to show them that jobs are actually available on the other side. We have employers, big employers also saying that we are going to hire tens of thousands of veterans, but at the same time, how are you actually endorsing those existing programs, or have you actually looked into those curriculum and making sure that this is actually what we need? If not, let the program owners know that, change this or make these tweaks to your program so that we can hire these candidates right off the bat, and then we can actually place them. So challenge is actually both ways. So that's where most of the entities like Warriors for Wireless and many other, they face this challenge. They have to not only put their efforts in getting the people in one end of the pipe, but also the same way actually needs to get out from the other side as well. So working with the employers actually is a challenge as well, so that they need to do proper mapping on that.
Okay, thank you for that. One other point, can you describe maybe where the industry is today and where maybe based on what your SMEs have led you to believe where it's going? I mean, is this trade, Letitia, you had mentioned about people poaching each other's employees for $1 more or something of that variety, so a very aggressive labor market in that regard. Does that lend itself to, are these traditional W-2, or does it lend itself more to 1099 kind of freelance? I'm just wondering how these jobs begin to present. Are they more acquired by the providers, and I know there's certain proprietary items that probably make it attractive to have those people on the payroll, or does this kind of signal a shift in the way that the labor market is responding to the industry demand in more freelance 1099 fashion? Particularly, and that's the second part of that question, is you describe the attributes of this workforce today and where it's going. You mentioned about hiring into the rural communities. Are these jobs stationary in that sense, or are they somewhat, you dispatch, and is that dispatch range something that is are those day trips, are they overnight? I mean, that might, I'm just wondering if all of this, how would you describe that today and where it's probably going, say, in 5 to 7 years?
Well, if I may start on that, most of these field jobs are being considered seasonal and temporary, if you will, and that is actually the problem. And one of the bullet points we mentioned, that the workers are not looking at the benefits package rather than what they are going to make on an hourly basis. And that is just one side of the entire broadband industry we are talking, right? We are talking about the field jobs. And I think that needs to change, and that is also tied with long-term solution that show them the career path. Because if they actually say that, benefits are there, but if I stick with this job for a certain time, there is actually advancements. I don't have to just keep climbing tower. I mean, nobody wants to keep climbing tower for the rest of their life, but troubleshooting aspect is there. What else actually you can do? There has to be a ladder in the advancements, and that aspect is not there. So most of the reference we are making about, employees changing jobs for $1 or some benefits, that I think, in my view, are coming from the 1099 kind of jobs where it's temporary, It's needed 3 months here in this market, and then guess what? Well, in Minnesota or Minneapolis, we are not going to do any work for next 3 months. Well, guess what? What's going to happen to those workers? So there is this mindset as well that the workers are always actually looking at this industry as in seasonal and temporary, quick money you can make, but then there is no career path.
I want to add to that a few interesting aspects. Obviously, there's the wireless versus wireline and cable aspect. Obviously, the working in heights, it's something that not everybody does, and that creates that little competitiveness that where I can do something that you cannot do, so I'm going to move. And those are the most sought after technicians right now. That when you hear about the shortage, usually the conversation goes, in my opinion, towards a tower climber. In terms of career path, yes, I think that even when you are not a tower climber, you want to understand where you're going. One of the interesting points that was brought by Erickson was, one, that now the guy that climbs a tower needs to be more also electronically savvy, because the smarts of the network is being installed on the top of the tower, whereas before the radios were on the ground. So now you need a guy that can troubleshoot up in the heights, and that's making it even harder to find that. So even a workforce that was already small, now some of those guys that could do the mechanical climbing and the installing of the antennas are not the good candidate to go troubleshoot some radio equipment up there. But what they say also for 5G, the equipment is, and small cells, the equipment is going to be installing light poles, which brings it closer to the ground, and will eliminate or mitigate some of that issue with the tower climbing, because now you can do it with the truck, and so it's interesting where we're going. I think technology is really steering the direction of the workforce. But for sure, it's creating I think that you can create a steady job if you create the work path. And Erickson is doing that, where they're saying if you learn these skills, you could do 7 different things on the network, not just only one. And I think that's really where the effort has to be placed.
And just to add to that, I think the training programs and the reskilling would require a number of things, as Latish mentioned. You're not just simply carrying your tower-mounted amplifier or a filter at the tower and just installing it and be done with that. Now, our towers are actually, it's becoming small cells, so it's no longer climbing, but at the same time, you need to know what frequency you're dealing with, right? Well, and that is actually the first thing actually we are doing now in some of the training programs, where I say that explain how low band works with versus what is CBRS versus what is millimeter wave band for 5G, and how to troubleshoot different frequency bands and different hardware. This kind of upskilling or reskilling, I would say, in the training program is needed for many of the conventional tower programs.
Thank you.
Kelly McGriff.
First of all, I just want to congratulate you for yet another great report. That's terrific and very thorough and very timely. We are in a very tight job market, and we hate to see people leave us, but I'm glad we live in a country where folks can absolutely move and have the mobility to move around, especially to improve their economic situation. We try to be very competitive with our pay, but in this market and in this industry, people are going to move around a lot. So we do see, while we do like to have a W-2 employee and we like to provide a good environment for our W-2 employees, there is a definite 1099 market out there, because these guys a lot of them are free agents and they move around. I mean, it's just the way it is. Be that in, and what we have the need for right now are, we need splicers, we need tower climbers, tower construction, radio people who are radio techs, the radio tuners that can climb poles, all of that. We need all of that. We need as much of that as we can get. So this is a very insightful report. My question really is relative to, in this industry where technology is moving so fast and developments are happening so much, with reference to educational programs, specifically like at community colleges, how do you address that? Jonathan brought up, HVAC. That industry, I would think, I mean, I'm probably going to get slammed for this, but I would think that is a little more static with the technology. I mean, you got your 10 knockers, and they know how to put up that stuff in and, set those HVAC systems on the roofs. But, in a scenario in our industry where we've got such great leaps forward in technology, it seems like a lot is just coming at us fast. Are y'all addressing that? How will you address that in your final report for those, I would hate for someone to get out of high school, get into that program in a community college, do, 9 to 12 to 24 months, get that degree, get a job somewhere, and then, or try to get a job and find out what they've trained for is now, you trained for 3G, now we're at 7G or something like that. I mean, obviously they have the base of knowledge, but is that something that's being addressed?
Yeah. Well, it's a really good question, and the way actually I would address this, and again, I'm wearing my hat as a university professor here, but the technologies will change, right? From every 10 years, we see a new generation, right? 3G to 4G and now 5G, and I hate to say that, but yeah, in 5 to 6 years, we will see the buzzword about 6G as well. But what's not changing is the fundamentals, right? How frequency works, how to do troubleshooting around hardware components. And those kind of curriculum, I think, is important at the community college level. If you teach them, well, this, again, going back to the spectrum fundamentals, low-band frequency will not, low-band frequency will travel further and it can penetrate better versus high-band frequency. I'm not talking about 4G here. I'm not talking about 3G here. I'm talking about fundamentals of spectrum and fundamentals of wireless communication. That knowledge is important. That is going to stay there. Along with that, that's theoretical knowledge I'm talking about. There are many practical aspects as well where you teach them how to do troubleshooting on telecom hardware. It is not dependent on 3G or 4G or 5G. You just teach them how to do PIM testing, how to do return loss measurements. Those kind of, that kind of skill and knowledge will stay no matter what generation you're talking about. So we do have actually enough knowledge and content available in our telecom industry, which is important, which needs to be prerequisite for no matter what generation you're talking about. And I'm not talking about just wireless. Same goes for wireline as well. But that kind of curriculum is missing from our professional community college programs, I would say. That helps.
I want to add to that. I think in the effort that obviously we will have to do in branding and awareness, we have, and this came up in one of our SMEs conversation, we have to also be truthful to what the job requires. Some of them were saying that, for example, veterans, so they seem like an ideal candidate because they are, they move a lot, they are risky, and they say, one of our SMEs said, surprisingly, they haven't worked well for them because when they are working in heights, they don't do, some of them that they hired didn't do that well actually standing 2 hours or being 2 hours doing work in heights. Even if they had jumped out of planes and they are not in a way, afraid of heights, for example. So what they were saying is they have been stricter with the filtering when they go and promote the job. They try to be very upfront with what it requires. It's extreme weather conditions, a lot of traveling, so that when they get the candidates, their chance of losing those candidates are less than trying to entice them. So even with kids, I mean, I'm not a marketeer, but I like to think I am. And, I think we are in a dynamic industry. We are making telecommunications happen. I mean, there's so many things that you can tell to a young person that he's going to be part of if he commits to this industry. And the technology is going to change, but I think if you are committed to the industry, you will have a job. That's my personal opinion.
Scott.
Yeah, thank you for your work. I mean, we're seeing across Indiana just significant gaps in workforce, from the guy holding the shovel to the network engineer and everything in between. And I'm in a county that recently was lucky enough to get just significant investment in broadband, and so I see contractors from across our state and the nation crawling all over the county right now with trucks, and I've never seen these folks before, and so there's an incredible opportunity, I think, for small businesses to be created to serve this need, and I'm not sure that message is out there. One of the comments I wanted to make, and then a question. I'm wondering if your work is looking at some of the existing small businesses that may have transferable equipment and skill sets that may also be seasonal type of businesses. And I'm thinking, for lack of a better example, septic installers, right? They have many excavators, equipment, skills. It's a seasonal business. You know, maybe it's a bad example, but how do you get those existing businesses with existing employees and equipment that are also seasonal to increase their incomes and transfer those skill sets over? So just a thought. The other question I had was FCC one-touch policy. One of the things we're hearing is that that does mandate certain timelines for the communication portion of the poll, but it doesn't affect the power portion of the poll. And I'm hearing there may be some limitations on linemen, the availability of linemen, and that may be slowing that deployment over time. So it's something I want to put on your radar. I don't know if that kind of creeps outside your scope, but it's definitely affecting, you know, in some cases, the deployment in those areas.
And thanks for that suggestion. I think that's a good element, because we would have trained workforce on the utility side, and how we can actually train them to touch on the communication side and just, you know, utilize the existing workforce who have most of the knowledge about that structure, but now actually you're talking about communication. So yeah, we are definitely taking, many of our members are taking notes, but I think definitely we'll address that.
Yes.
I have a little response to that too. Something we've worked with is the Power and Communications Contractors Association. It turns out even within telecom, those of us in wireless are looking anywhere we can, and the best candidates are, in fact, often other utility workers. You mentioned linemen. Linemen are perfect, especially with the small cells and the electrical equipment that they're working around. Some of our employers are finding that that's the first folks they want to hire, people that are trained linemen. But also now fiber and wireless are becoming really all 5G together. I mean, they're seamlessly integrated and essential to 5G. So you've got a lot of people that know fiber optic technology that don't necessarily know the wireless, what to do in terms of attaching the antenna at the end of the fiber and how to deal with that in an increasingly congested RF environment. So we've partnered with PCCA, who has engineered some programs for utility technicians to have them import our wireless curriculum that Rick has helped develop, it, as a matter of fact, among others, so that those existing utility techs can basically morph into the wireless industry as well, because it's a great pool of people that have related skills, and a lot of the demand now is going toward that, how do you deal with the antenna at the end of the line? So these companies are already in a good position, because they're often doing the fiber work, to do the wireless aspect of it as well. So it's a ready-made workforce that, with some training, can quickly be added to the existing workforce to expand our ability to meet the 5G demands.
Alan.
Yes, we're also having very similar problems, because in the power industry, in getting linemen, we've been working on it for about 10 years now, when we saw the same type of, retirement curve happening that, was mentioned in this. We have the same issue with, we do the drug test first, rather than train them and find out they don't pass the drug test, but that eliminates a lot of people, unfortunately. You're looking for someone crazy enough to work around electricity, but smart enough to do it safely. And that's a fine subset. And then if they're smart enough to work around it safely, they're also smart enough to realize that rather than be out there this morning in the wind and the wind chill, they can be inside somewhere working. And so I think this industry has similar issues in trying to find that subset of people that are willing to expose themselves to the elements.
Mm-hmm. Could I just add one quick thing?
Yeah.
I wanted to add, I know from your previous presentation last time, you guys did some work on, communication, like public awareness campaigns. You had some themes that I just really love. One of the suggestions I'd like to add for consideration is from my perspective, this investment and these jobs are representative of kind of a community service in some ways. And I say that because when you think of the impact to the local community, and we talk about a rural community, you know, any high school kid knows that if they don't have broadband at home or their family doesn't, there's going to be a significant negative impact on that family and to the business in that area. And so I think there's this community service or this almost patriotic opportunity to participate in this industry and in this workforce if you can relate that work directly to these critical issues that we're seeing. And so just a suggestion for you.
And I couldn't agree more. Just want to add, Charter Communication is an example. They have their in-house apprenticeship program for broadband technicians, and what they do is they actually do the same thing. They have community impact days nationwide. They have about 8 or 9 of them year-long, and we actually partner with them, and whenever they have the community impact day, we actually share our resources about the apprenticeships in general, but also telecom-related apprenticeships as well. So I think that goes a long way, but very few companies, I mean, if I were to mention other name, I would not be able to. I mean, I know just Charter, but I think we need to do that more. Agree.
Yeah, no, if I may add, I agree with that. One of the funny things that I find is that sometimes my nanny talks about 5G, and she has no clue what that means, but she wants the 5G phone, and she knows I'm in telecom, and it's always daunting to me how sometimes providers spend marketing dollars putting a message out there, you know, that at the end of the day really is not generating something for the community, where if everybody spent a millisecond of their commercials, you know, that are in front of us every day promoting workforce, you could also tie into, you know, like a strong message. So I think also in terms of becoming competitive, we're pushing the technology. It's something that is in front of every one of us, but we could push, you know, in a concerted effort, we could push also the workforce message in a very powerful way. So, David.
Letitia, Rick, and you guys did fantastic work. I think you really have hit the nail on the head here with the problem with smart cities infrastructure, smart infrastructure, connected infrastructure, SCADA systems, institutional networks. The division between, you know, the conversation around wireless installers and having to have crews move around versus network technicians who will never leave a city, right? There's just that much work that needs to be done. I think needs to be also discussed. You know, there's kind of two roles here, right? I love the idea if we can work together to get the BLS to upgrade the information. In my own team, we recently rewrote job descriptions that included things like token ring networks and mainframe computers for the network technician to know how to operate. Yeah. Looking at the BLS right now, telecommunications equipment installers and repairers are expected to decline in the next 10 years. I don't think anybody in this room thinks that's the case, but that's what we're looking at. So anything we can do to help with those job descriptions, just basic job descriptions, would be nice. I think that'd be common language we could all use when having this conversation.
Great, thank you for that comment, because one thing we left out of the work we did is we actually spent some time creating a top 10 list of the most sought after broadband jobs. And we spent time because in our own conversations, we were talking about the jobs, but if we don't know exactly what our group thinks these jobs are, then it's harder, you know, to make that benchmarking and all that. So we have our own internal list that we put together and we will submit in the report. And we haven't highlighted because we know if we put it out there, everybody's going to disagree on what those jobs are, right? So we kind of have it as a beam light, but we would appreciate collaborating with you, seeing your list.
So, okay, so unless there are additional comments, we are slightly over time, so you did use all of your time. For the report, we are going to do a photo op. The press office would like to take a picture of the DDAP. So we will do that now, and then we will break for lunch for an hour. So if we can be back, I guess, what would that be, 1:45? Sure. Yeah, so let's say that we'll be back at 1:45 with the next report, but please stick around. We are doing a photo first. Okay. Let's get started. We have some people who need to leave slightly early, so I want to go ahead and get started so we can hopefully get done or through most, at least the presentation, before folks have to leave. So we had a couple of great presentations this morning, and we're on to our last one, which is increasing broadband investment in low-income communities. The presentation of the working group from Tom Ferry and Claude Aiken, or are you doing it? And we expect juggling from Claude. He said he would be
Thank you.
juggling later.
Well, I had to cut it in the interest of time, but.
Oh, okay. Next time.
We gotta leave something at the table, right?
Fair.
Next time. Madam Chair,
No, sorry. Yes, you're up.
Okay. Well, I'll get ahead of myself. Well, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Young, it's a pleasure to be back in front of you, colleagues, as well. It's been a great morning. Always inspired to hear there's something envious about being last on the agenda, I suppose, because it motivates us for sure, but it also inspires our work. So we'll hope to channel some of the energy and constructive discussions that we've had this morning. I want to first start by saying I want to, as always, very gracious nod to our FCC folks that have helped us out over the last quarter. Zach, Belinda, Justin. I don't know if Megan is here, but she has been a fixture with our team as well, and now Mason. So I want to welcome to the fold as well. So thank you all for your continued support. I think in probably striking a similar tone with the other groups, Madam Chair, I would submit to you that our group has been hard at work. We have been fully immersed in a lot of data, a lot of discussion. We have definitely made it through the storming, and I believe we're norming and forming here, or whatever sequence that comes in. But it feels like we are disciplining our thought now, being a little more deliberate. And what we'll offer to you today will be where we've taken some of the large abstract things and beginning to move them into thematic organizations, and then I think we'll very soon quickly be able to tender a list of recommendations as we head into 2020. So I'm encouraged by the progress of the team. In support of our presentation today, as you mentioned, our Vice Chair, Claude, will be supporting me, as well as Mr. Scott Rudd, who is our chair of our subgroup on adoption. I also want to recognize, and I'm not sure he will be in the room or if he's on the phone, but Jordan Goldstein from Comcast has been just a great aid for our efforts here on the adoption side. I think he may try to make a visit. As well, Jeff Feiss, who is the chair of our deployment working group, may be joining us telephonically, but certainly want to recognize his leadership and effort as well. I'm going to pause for just a moment to recognize my colleague, Claude, and see if he would like to offer any introductory comments.
Thank you, sir, and I'll keep it brief in the interest of time, but just would like to echo what Tom said. We have a diverse and well-rounded and very interested group that's aggressively trying to tackle some of these very thorny issues, and I'm excited about the work that's already been done, excited to share it with you, and look forward to diving into the report. So turn it back to Tom.
So we'll start just as a reminder. Our group is comprised, as Claude mentioned, very, very well balanced. I think that speaks to the intention of the chair and Chairman Pye and Chairman Bowles here to make sure that our membership was appropriately representative of industry and community interests. Very critical dynamic to have struck in the context of what we are charged with, and that is helping to find answers to deployment and adoption challenges, particularly in the low-income communities. So we're very, very pleased with that. We have a very culturally very easy to talk to group. So our sessions typically run the full 2 hours, and I'll say this: the group is probably. I'm very impressed with the level of engagement. We have had weekly meetings. We alternate bi-weekly in the sense that the full working group will come together on a bi-weekly basis, and in the off weeks we will have the subgroups convene. So there are weekly obligations, and the attendance has been strong. We haven't seen virtually any lag in that, and I believe save the Thanksgiving week was probably the only week we've taken off since we've we've begun our work. So we're very, very pleased with the commitment that we're seeing. 20-member team. We are also supported by 2 individuals, designated alternates. Commissioner Karen Charles Peterson is supported by Mr. Mark Marenti. He has joined our team since our last gathering here in September as well. Jane Builder, this is a repeat from last session, but I think she was a day on the job as far as our September gathering. So, boy, she has hit her stride and carrying a full load for our organization. So credit to Tom and his team for seeing fit to get her detailed to our effort. Also want to tell you that amongst all this, we also happen to have we had a marriage that happened inside our community of colleagues here, as well as I want to take just a minute to recognize one of our working group members, Kimball Sakakwaptawa. I hope I pronounced that correct, from the Santa Fe Indian School. She accepted the Shelby, many of you know that organization is very important to many of the people in this room. They had their inaugural Anchor Awards in October, and one of our colleagues, Kimball, received that award on behalf of the Santa Fe Indian School. And I'll just read into the record a brief overview of what that award was. Over the last 5 years, the Santa Fe Indian School crossed the digital divide and delivered broadband to its campus. When the market provided limited and expensive internet choices, the school worked with local higher education partners, the city, and the county to bring fiber optics to Santa Fe. Additionally, the Santa Fe Indian School helped 6 tribes apply for E-rate, resulting in 2 60-mile fiber optic networks connecting 6 tribal libraries and 2 state schools. The school continues connecting other tribes, following its vision of a regional tribal education network, and will increase student outcomes and tribal capacity. So it's wonderful to have one of our colleagues recognized, certainly within our space, but particularly in the context of what she was recognized for. I think speaks really to the heart of what we're trying to accomplish and study inside our working group. So congratulations, Kimball. I hope perhaps you're on the phone as well. Like all the other groups, we are faithful to our pledge to bring in thought leaders and interesting personalities to help guide our work and challenge some of the assumptions and thinkings of our team. As I mentioned, we have maintained since inception our biweekly gathering. It's a little bit confusing. Biweekly on the full working group, off weeks the subgroup responsibilities. So in all, that means a rather full plate for all of our working members. Weekly progress, again, pleased to have seen the pace that we've been able to maintain with only slight lack of attendance in a few instances, but we have been full slate. Very pleased with that. Our guest speakers, I wanted to just review them here. We have 6 that I've highlighted here. All in, that has probably resulted in something of the neighborhood of 12-plus hours of some of the industry's brightest leaders and influencers, and very, very excited to have had the benefit of their insights and experience. 2 names that are not on our guest speakers, but should be, are 2 folks from the FCC, the Wireline Bureau, Jody Griffin and Trent Hargrader. Zach was able to bring them to the table and enjoyed a very in-depth and insightful discussion on the current USF Lifeline program. So want to recognize their contributions to our discussions as well. Also, I had mentioned the sea of data and research that we've been able to compile, and I think our approach at this point was dragnet as much as we can and bring in anything, and so it has certainly resulted in a rather extensive research library, a lot of offline reading, nighttime reading that have informed our discussions, and we are maintaining that on a Google Drive. I know a number of other groups are too. Certainly, if anyone in the room would choose to or wish to peruse that library, we can make that available. Not listed on the slide, but one thing that I think I would note is playing in the background since our last time in September was the fact that I started thinking, what are some of those big things that have happened in our space since our last gathering? And it was quite easy. I started noting the national holidays or days of recognition and how our mission of our group has butted up against the recognition of those. And I think it's telling for the time that it's hard to think of a national celebration or anything that doesn't involve some context by the the current state of digital equity or digital inclusion. National Digital Inclusion Week, we celebrated October 7th through the 11th. Veterans Day, obviously, just recently celebrated November 11th, and a lot of discussions on the extent to which military spouses' unemployment and how some of the disconnectedness of their nomadic lifestyle only exacerbates their financial situations at times. National GIS Day, of course. A lot of things that we'll talk about with Scott and Claude come back to a sense of place. And if we can't begin to define where these communities are, it's hard to study them, much less craft the necessary intervention. And of course, National Rural Health Day, celebrated last week, or week before last, November 21st. It's hard to contextualize rural health these days without understanding what the broadband component of that is. As we get more rural, we understand that low-income demographics inherently creep in. So a reminder of our charge. This has also been the guiding force in how we've begun to organize our human resources and our time in studying these 6 areas of study. We took the 6 and we've subdivided it into 2 subgroups. One focusing on deployment, which will look to identify the barriers. Likewise, begin to recommend the responses and the actions that can begin to curb those barriers. Similar fashion for the adoption team, and then of course both subgroups of deployment and adoption charged with identifying best practices, where are those exemplars, where the things that we are recommending are taking place, and more importantly, again, coming back to a sense of place, where are they taking place? Very critical piece, not only from the initial part of the work, but in the ongoing study post-recommendation. Also want to, in mentioning the barriers, Madam Chair, you had challenged our team to sit with Bob DeBrow to make sure that our team was up to speed on where the last barrier report left off, so that we begin to iterate that work and move it forward. And pleased to report that connection has been made, and Bob and I have spent some time. The second, I'll just hit some of the highlights. I'll fashion this something of an executive summary because you're going to get much deeper treatment in these areas, the deployment and adoption subgroups, as we read out from Claude and Scott. The second charge here, as far as recommending actions, what I will bring forward, and I think Claude will illuminate this a bit more, is we've spent a lot of time looking at data at our disposal at this point has done much to establish the correlation between some of these factors and deployment. What we have not settled on, and it's more product, I think, of the data sets that we have been able to acquire at this point, is to establish direct causation. And so you'll see that kind of permeate some of the comments from Claude. Correlation versus causation, obviously, if we can drive deeper and become more confident in the impacts in the causation, it makes our recommendations, I think, a bit more confident. So we'll look forward to hopefully establishing more direct links to some of these recommendations to overcome the barriers. Third, as we move into the adoption group of territory, and Scott will do great treatment to this, is we look at some of the barriers to the adoption. There's sometimes this misnomer that it's an infrastructure challenge, and once infrastructure is satiated, then you just naturally have ubiquitous adoption, and we know that's not the case. We have looked at this, and it's important to guard against that impulse, because I think, as I was just commenting with my colleague here, Kelly Cole, last meeting, she made the very profound statement that it would be easy to rest on our laurels if we were to acquire, the proverbial 99% access and assume that adoption has been taken care of, because the 1% is probably the most expensive, and not only to the individual but to society as well. So we've got to make sure that we don't stop in our course of work. One of the things that we enjoyed from multiple SMEs that came to discuss these topics with us, as well as some of our research, is to understand that adoption is also metered by the inventory of options that are available to low-income communities. There seems to be a growing consensus that the options that are available, either through things like Lifeline or through broadband discount programs. You know, they're not necessarily as equitable in their disbursement or access to those programs. And so by increasing the number of options available, we by nature will increase the likelihood of adoption. Also noting that cost and relevance remain significant barriers even with the ubiquity of infrastructure. I'll skip down to highlight a finding from our fifth charge there, and that is recommending the best practices. I think we have pretty well established that something that is a consistent refrain in programs that are successful is the installation of leadership to help coordinate. I was obviously in drawing something from our workforce group. Letitia had commented that connecting the dot between the intended student, in her case, to the job program, a lot of times, how effective is the marketing of some of these low-cost broadband opportunities? What is the general knowledge of that so that we can bring those potential consumers into the fold? So we know that those could be marketed better. I think this is a point that Scott has been very faithful in maintaining, challenging our team is, you know, how do we make sure that we're having one-to-many opportunities wherever we can capture those things to make sure that we're getting the word out and that we're not missing them. And a lot of times that can meet with interference from things like Jeff Feist, our deployment chair, would throw into the socio-economic bucket. You could have cultural aversions to adopting the technology. A number of things that don't necessarily fit in easy boxes, and so our team is endeavoring to list those in inventory, even the most esoteric, as well as the more mainstream challenges. We also have learned that leadership is important because it begins to establish, I think, a deliberate intent to make digital inclusion a priority within a community. It also seems to be that the more local that the leadership or the opportunities are, the more locally managed, the higher efficacy of those programs. Probably because some of those programs are known fixtures in the community. They're offered by organizations that are trusted. And there's just a sense, I think, of the closer you get to the problem, the higher opportunity you have for making a meaningful intervention. Flyover strategies aren't always effective from the communities they're trying to serve. Those are obviously also encumbered by the ability. The higher you go, sometimes you lose the visibility of the communities that you're trying to serve. And then last but not least, we are very encouraged by certainly this Congress's attempts to improve broadband mapping, but we know that one of our biggest challenges is not just identifying the geographic area, but also understanding from an overlay perspective what becomes our barometer on low income. And so our team has, I'll admit, an area that I didn't foresee taking this long is to get to some standard or agreed to definition of what low income is. And perhaps it's because it's not necessarily a binary measure. It has many contexts. I had just a discussion with one of our team members that understanding that a $30,000 annual income in Manhattan is much different than what a $30,000 income could be in rural Montana. And so we have to be careful to make sure that context factors into our definitions of low income, not only from a financial perspective, but from a geographic perspective as well. Another highlight that I would bring as far as finding that place for study, not only for identifying them for the interventions, but also in the course of our work is beginning to understand and study these communities in microcosm. Another area that I've been really pleased with Scott's leadership here is to focus on the housing authorities. They offer tremendous kind of self-contained areas of study to understand how the tenants of those properties consume internet, how many of them use broadband discount programs, how many of them use Lifeline, things of that variety. So that gives us kind of an easy entree into studying these things in a more controlled environment. So I know Scott and his team have taken that up in earnest to begin to study those as indicators of effective programming interventions. I'm going to recognize now for our deployment subgroup report out, Mr. Claude Aiken. Claude and I have split the duties of, on the off weeks, I have maintained a presence inside the adoption subgroup, whereas Claude has taken it on the responsibility of joining Jeff Feiss, our chair, to take up the matters of the deployment subgroup. And so without further ado, Claude, I will try to work the slides for you versus pass it down.
Thank you, sir. I
Did you have the
appreciate
mic?
that. I'd like to think that I can walk and chew gum at the same time, but it's always easier to do one than try to do both at the same time. So I'm excited to be here and to share a little bit about what the deployment subgroup within our working group has been up to. You're getting an imperfect substitute here for the chair of the subgroup who's been heading up a lot of the work. Mr. Jeff Feiss, who is not a member of the full BDAC, but has nonetheless thrown himself into this work with, for those of you who know Jeff, with great aplomb. We have a great team, as you saw on the previous slide. We can go ahead and go on to the next one where we can talk a little bit more about the substance. As Tom mentioned, there is a lot of literature out there that establishes a correlation between both investment and deployment of robust broadband infrastructure in low-income communities. But as we all learned in statistics class, correlation does not equal causation. So we're looking at what factors may impact those decisions, what factors may impact both deployment and adoption in low-income areas. And we've listed out a number of the factors that we're exploring here as reasons why deployment and or adoption may be below the mean, so to speak, in communities that in the aggregate have lower incomes. You tend to see the cost of infrastructure tends to remain the same regardless of whether you deploy it in a all thing else being equal in a community of lower income individuals versus higher income individuals. And in fact, we got some feedback from folks in the group that basically say, well, we deploy networks without any sort of regard for the level of income in a community because that's what we do. For example, a wireless tower doesn't discriminate between folks who are passing through and how much money they make. We provide coverage all the same. Nonetheless, we're trying to examine both things like cost of infrastructure, other barriers. You see them all on the list here. These are just a smattering of the things that we're looking at here. So if we could hop on to the next slide. As I mentioned, we need to figure out, and there hasn't actually been a whole lot of research done to our knowledge, and if there is expertise on the full committee that would be able to point us to that research, we'd greatly appreciate it to establish a causal relationship between investment and deployment and adoption in lower income communities. I think there's it's a complicated literature, and we were kind of surprised to not really find that in our sort of dragnet approach to the work in the first instance. So we can move on to the next one. So it's not surprising that some of the barriers to deployment in low-income communities are the same that are barriers to deployment generally. And from that perspective, we're taking a close look at the report from the 2018 BDAC on barriers to deployment and trying to figure out which of those are particularly important for deployment in low-income communities, as well as other factors that may be present in low-income communities that are not necessarily present in communities that may have a higher average income. This is an area where I think Chairman Pai has shown some thought leadership in the beginning of his tenure at the FCC with his articulation of gigabit opportunity zones. That's a proposal that we're looking at, and as well as the congressional instantiation of that proposal, courtesy of Senator Capito. That provides an interesting framework for looking at the problem, and then in the context of tax and other policies, that tends to be where those kind of proposals attempt to tackle the problem of deployment in low-income areas. So, yeah, as you can see from the list here, we're looking at a whole host of statutory, other regulatory, investment-related, tax-related, spectrum policy in low-income areas, other competition, incentives, or barriers, and then also taking a look at the differences between communities that may have, in the aggregate, similar levels of income across the community, but different levels of broadband deployment in those communities. So those are interesting cases for us to take a look at to see, well, why exactly is this one low-income community the target of more robust investment and deployment versus this other community that is of an equal stature in the level of income in the community. So this is sort of the generalized thought framework for how we are trying to define the program, the problem. As I mentioned, we're looking at data sets like the American Community Survey, but there is no independent data set that we've found that does a good job of overlaying income in various communities over broadband deployment in various communities. So again, if the full group is aware of data sets that we could utilize in our work, that would be very much appreciated. As Tom alluded to earlier, when we're talking about being a community, a low-income community, how do we define that? Is that in relation to mean incomes in a state? Is it an absolute measure? Those are some of the things that we're kind of thinking through in terms of coming to terms with what this definition means. How do we deal with what an area is? Obviously, we all know what an area is, but in terms of scoping the geographic aspect of the problem, we're considering a range of options there. As it relates to broadband, we've kind of tentatively concluded so far that the FCC's definition of advanced telecommunications services should serve as the basis for what we in our working group consider to be broadband, which is 25.3 broadband. And then, as Tom was alluding to earlier, when we're talking about deployment, when do we say that an area is actually served? Do we need 100% deployment? Is it something less than that? Is it availability versus adoption? These are a couple of the key questions that we're working on here. There is some guidance, at least in the first two questions in the tax code, but me not being a tax code expert, and I think we're going to need to bring to bear some more expertise to figure out whether that is an appropriate definition for this context, among other definitions that we are evaluating. So if we could, oh, fantastic. Tom is on it. So here's sort of a kind of a brief snapshot of, one of the recommendations or issues that we've done a little bit more work on. And, I think a lot of times it does come back to financial barriers as one of the most discussed deployment issues, whether it's, access to capital for an entrepreneur attempting to solve an issue in their community, whether it is other incentives that providers need to go into a community where the take rate may be lower or the churn may be higher. Those financial aspects tend to factor into deployment decisions. And we're looking at a variety of different aspects of both financial carrots and sticks that could be brought to bear to tackle this problem, particularly in low-income communities. And with that, I will conclude our brief summary on the deployment aspect of our work and turn it back over to Tom for the next phase of the report.
All right. Thank you, Claude. And Madam Chair, perhaps it's best to hold our questions to the end, so please. But in there, you had a few charges from Claude, get feedback, so we'll certainly anticipate your questions. Up next, we have Mr. Scott Rudd from the Indiana Lieutenant Governor's office, and he is the chair of our adoption subgroup.
All right.
Actually, you're close enough. I can hand you that.
With that. Thank you, Thomas. On behalf of Lieutenant Governor Suzanne Crouch, really appreciate the work all of you are doing to improve broadband access and deployment and adoption across the United States. Such a critical issue for us and all of you, I know, so thank you for that. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. We'll start with, let's see, there we go. Here's our group. I want to give a thank you also to the members. I know Carlos down at the end here put in a lot of work. Jordan Goldstein from Comcast has been really instrumental in helping prop this committee up and keep things moving. Jordan, I don't think could make it today, but very invaluable. Appreciate all the work everyone's doing there. So we all know why why broadband adoption matters. I'm going to run through some things and then talk about some of our findings. This is an interesting statistic. 70% of teachers assign homework that requires the internet. I mean, that's a new thing, right? That's within the past maybe 2 years. That's been emerging. And as someone with a 5-year-old, I can tell you, I've already experienced this online learning at home on snow days, and it's an adjustment. So there's a lot of activity there, and it's affecting every single student in these areas. Telemedicine can make medical care, medical information more accessible, particularly in rural areas. Show of hands, has anyone participated in telemedicine personally? 1, 2, 3 out of all of us. Imagine if you are a senior in a rural area and you have access, assume you have access now. Now you can use telemedicine, right? Great. Well, how do you do that, right? Only 3 of us around the table have ever personally used it. Imagine being a senior, first time getting broadband access. We have a problem here, right? We need to upskill these folks to understand how they can even get on this infrastructure. I want to talk a little bit later about some ideas for doing that. Broadband connection provides access to career-building resources, adult learning. We've talked about workforce education. The shortages in workforce we have. Interesting survey of some Indiana counties recently was completed by Purdue Study. I'm going to reference this a few times, but out of just 2,000 or 3,000 respondents in these counties, something like 62% of the respondents said that if they had a broadband connection at home, they could telecommute. Imagine if 62% of the population in some of these rural areas all of a sudden can access a ton of varying job opportunities, but also much higher paying jobs, right? We're talking about low income adoption. That was a startling statistic, and I'm curious if any of you have seen similar numbers. We don't know how to think about that. 60% of people say they could telecommute. And these are people who don't have broadband currently, are saying if they could access it, they could telecommute. That's a game changer for rural Indiana, as well as urban Indiana, who can now access this workforce that might not have been within driving distance and across the nation. So really interesting information there. For the LGBTQ individuals, particularly in rural communities, the internet can help find support from other networks outside those communities, which is very important as well. So I think Kelly made a great point on the next bullet at our last meeting. She talked about how those without a broadband connection are at a distinct disadvantage, and this disadvantage will only worsen as essential services and information increasingly migrate online. Kelly highlighted this, I think, at our last meeting and said, you know, the more people who get broadband only deepens that digital divide for those who don't have it. So the haves and the have-nots become much more distinct groups, and it's more of an impact the further we get along there. While lack of access to broadband is important as being considered for the deployment subgroup, a greater number of people have access, but nonetheless do not adopt. And that's really interesting. While 6% of the U.S. population lacks access to fixed terrestrial broadband at 25/3 speeds, approximately 15% of those households don't subscribe to the internet service. Same Purdue study mentioned earlier, a couple thousand, 3,000 residents and businesses said that people are not adopting primarily for high-cost reasons, service unreliability, too slow, or not available. And so, in some cases, and so we've got some things that we've got to work through. And back to the causation correlation, you know, how do we, with the right data sets, how do we, and possibly some AI, I don't know if someone smarter than me can help me figure this out, but how do we overlay these data sets and identify issues, the real core of the issue? So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. I want to talk about what we know about the stakeholders involved here, because I really, you know, this is an issue that's pretty near and dear to my heart, and I'll never forget the day in a prior role my community was able to land several $1 million of fiber to the home investment, and the day the provider told me, we're sitting at the table, we'd already secured this, right? Everything's great. It's going to go in, build it, and they will come, right? They look across the table and they say, we are really worried that your county has a 52% free and reduced lunch population, and that is, we're concerned, right? They'd already committed. We're right. We thought we were done, right? Well, we were just getting started, and so this issue is something someone else mentioned. We cannot just sit back and think once we secure the deployment that our job is done, because it is not. It's just beginning in some cases, especially at the local level. What do I do with my notes here? So I want to talk about our stakeholders, right, and what we know about our stakeholders in terms of low-income adoption. We know that providers use adoption as and take rates as one of the things they consider when making an investment, right? You've got to have the return, and they also need to see that existing areas are adopting at high levels, and there are a lot of partners that can come to the table to make that happen, but I want to talk about a few particularly that are of high interest, and part of this came out of some of our speakers highlighting these important stakeholder industries. I'm going off notes here. Healthcare. Mentioned telemedicine earlier. You know, we know that healthcare providers and insurers could significantly decrease their costs if people not only had access, right, to broadband at home, but also, back to the 3 people in the room question earlier, people have to know how to use it, right? We have to upskill these folks to know what is telemedicine, right? And I'd ask each of you, you know, could you do this today if you went home, right? What are those barriers? Is your provider offering it? Are they afraid to offer it because they don't know that they'll get the subscription? Are they standing up education platforms to help, you know, reach their customer base? You know, these are all very important questions, but we know that they would benefit, and we also know that that same senior out in the middle of nowhere, rural America, if they had broadband and were trained on telemedicine, you know, using telemedicine, they would benefit tremendously, right? You can imagine on any given day, the commissioner who's absent today, imagine going to a doctor today in a snowstorm, right? When you're a senior and it's dangerous, right? And so there's great benefit here. Education, we know that, you know, better adoption rates can fuel higher educational attainment by addressing the homework gap and other opening the door to adult learning opportunities. And the 70% number of homework that requires the internet is pretty interesting. Financial institutions. All right, if we learned in some of our work that there's a clear and direct benefit to financial institutions to digitally skill up and improve adoption in their service territories. And one example is if a person walks through the door at a physical branch in a bank and gets service, does a transaction, it costs the bank $7.25, say. If they do that same transaction online, you call it 25 cents, right? So there's a significant benefit and a direct financial benefit to these institutions, but how do they engage on the issue? And that's where a lot of our work is centering. The agricultural community, same thing. To stand up precision ag, we've got to improve our digital literacy. So we have these stakeholders, right? And the least of, last but not least is states, right? A separate Purdue study on the benefits of broadband investment showed that there's a 4-to-1 return on investment in broadband in the state of Indiana. That's an incredible return, right? So states stand to benefit and localities as well. But at the end of the day, we can get this investment on the ground. If people don't adopt it, we are spinning our wheels, right? So that's the thing. We get this infrastructure on the ground. We think our job is done. It's not, because if people don't subscribe, the benefits don't occur. And so that's where we've centered our work. Our question to solve this, how do we engage those industries, the health, the financial, the educational? There's clear financial benefit to them engaging. The question is how. We know that financial institutions have something called a Community Reinvestment Act credit that will allow them to invest in communities and recoup those costs. Why couldn't they invest in a service connection for broadband at the home, or a digital literacy program for low-income individuals in their area? We think this is happening in some places, but I think we're on the cusp of putting a package together and a model, and really my hope here is we can put a package together that will somehow shine a light on the path for these industries to come to the table and invest in something that will help their industry and the communities they serve. So pretty exciting what we're working on. This is, I think we've mentioned several times that, our particular area is one that was a little bit less defined, and so we're breaking some new ground here, I think, and if we could unlock some of these models where stakeholders that typically have not been engaged could come to the table and invest time, resources, we could see tremendous impact. So let's see. Keep going here. Principal barriers to adoption. I mentioned cost of service earlier. Cost of equipment, lack of proper equipment. I want to relay a funny story about a taxi driver I just got out of the cab with this morning. Get in the car, say, "Where are you going?" He says, I say, tell him the FCC. And he thinks for a second, he says, "Oh, you're going to see Ajit Pai." I said, "Yeah. Yeah, how do you know Ajit?" He's like, "Oh, I won't get into that, but yeah, he knew him somehow." And he went on to tell me how upset he was that his iPhone wasn't going to last 10 years. So he has his cell phone. He's upset it won't last 10 years, and he's so price sensitive that we talked about a $45 bill for upgrading his phone the entire way to the FCC. That's how cost sensitive some of these folks are, and they have a different mindset, particularly the seniors. He compared his cell phone. He wanted his cell phone to last as long as his house or something. He had different expectations, right? And so we'll talk a little bit later about how we target certain populations and how we have to engage them a little differently to really get some traction. Digital literacy and relevance issues. This is a tough one. NTIA data show that nearly 60% of households that do not subscribe to home broadband cite lack of need or interest as their main reason for not going online. I mentioned the Purdue study that reveals, cost, reliability, too slow of internet, and as some of the issues, but we've got to get to the bottom of that. And access to reliable data, broadband connections, particularly in rural areas, is also an issue. I would add to that, and we've mentioned data a lot. How do we how do we get the right data in the right way, in the right format, to be able to really have more visibility into some of these localized issues to root out that core problem? It's something we've got to continue to work on. Let's see here. Last slide. Key topics being explored. The data. Identifying data relevant gaps that are in need of attention to help the government, private sector, and nonprofit community address adoption barriers and highlight opportunities to increase public-private data sharing and cooperation. One example, and Thomas mentioned this earlier, is our housing. You know, we really, as a state, we interact with this exact low-income population, right? Through housing programs and other programs, social service programs. And those individuals are vetted with identical, I would call them thresholds for accessing these programs that, say, an FCC Lifeline program would be vetted through. And so we have a captive audience here. We're used to working with these folks as a state. One of the questions we are working on is how do we better coordinate that deployment of resources and improve the adoption of the low-income adoption programs. How do we do that, right? And so this goes all the way down to the local level, where these housing tax credits are, taxing programs are actually provided in the local community. And so there's an opportunity there. It's something that we're going to try to flush out. Again, we appreciate Justin, Zach, and Belinda, your work to help us access information. We've gone around and around and trying to figure out where exactly the right spot to find that needed data would be and how that might look. So we really appreciate that. Developing effective adoption strategies for various groups. I mentioned that earlier. The seniors. There's a great program in southern Indiana where a community is engaging the high school, an IT school program at the high school to actually teach veterans digital literacy skills. And those are the kind of programs where we're going to get some traction, I think. A lot of work to be done there still. Differences between rural and urban low-income communities, which may require different adoption strategies. We've touched on that. Simplifying and automating enrollment in adoption programs I think there's a big opportunity there. Numerous federal, state, and local agencies utilize, as I mentioned before, things like SNAP to pre-qualify low-income individuals. There may be a way to better streamline that deployment by coordinating certain enrollment activities. When we have a person in front of us as a local community or a state who's also eligible for this other adoption program, why not be helpful and lead them to that or direct them to a federal site that would help them do that? And so as a state and as a local community, I think we can really work on that and move the needle. This last one is interesting, how to incentivize people to encourage family and friends to adopt. And I would add, organizations engaging in that as well. AARP in Indiana talks a lot about social isolation of seniors. And when back to the senior out in the middle of nowhere who just got broadband access, she's pretty isolated, right? She's in a rural area. Maybe her family's nearby, maybe they're not. But how do we engage her children or her coworkers and encourage them and inspire them to say, hey, Mom, Dad, have you ever been on the internet? What if we got you a computer for Christmas? So let me show you how to do this. Let me show you how to visit your doctor online, right? Because at the end of the day, there are very few people who touch that senior living in rural Indiana, and there are very few people he or she trusts. And those are the people in AARP and FFA and libraries across the nation who can really move this issue forward with the people they know and trust. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Thomas and really appreciate all the work the team's put in on this issue.
I think there's just one more slide if you want to pull that one up.
Oh,
I'll let you do that. Okay. This will be the part of the program where we ask for some input and feedback from you guys. A few things I just want to make sure we underscore on the adoption component. I think it was a pretty consistent universal thought amongst our SMEs also that, finding these best practices, it's, and again, this seems like a preoccupation with the infrastructure piece, but as states or communities come around broadband strategies, they obviously have to include the infrastructure component, but we've got to begin to shift the discussion more to understanding and I think appreciating the component of the digital inclusion piece. It's often a thing that's kind of thrown in at the end. It maybe doesn't even have quite the life cycle that the infrastructure would. And most of these SMEs cautioned about looking at that component as the kind of the disposable piece of a more comprehensive project. We talked about establishing a leadership capacity in the context of digital inclusion and adoption for low income, making sure that that is something that is coordinated and is a deliberate and not necessarily somebody's other duties as assigned, because typically what will happen as budget constraints or resource constraints happen, the inclusion and the adoption components are the first things to go. And so, one of the things that they are loud and proud about is making sure that we treat that with the parity as much as the infrastructure component. And then the funding component was the other piece that they said. Digital inclusion programming, while it holds great payoff from a return on investment perspective, you have to compel someone to initially underwrite it and then make sure that it stays a committed funding source. And that's another thing that, along with the leadership, as the financial reflection of that leadership installation happens, it's got to be there somewhat in perpetuity as well, or you'll have the setback and recidivism that can sometimes happen in those more vulnerable, low-income communities. I'm going to pause now. I think we've thrown a lot at you. I'd love to, Madam Chair, get a few responses and maybe challenge some of our points here to help us progress our thinking.
Sure. I will actually start because I have a question and I guess a comment, which is in your definitions, and this is, I guess, more for the deployment subgroup rather than the adoption subgroup, you focus specifically on whether you're going to define broadband as 25.3. The BDAC already defined broadband in the Model State Code, and it's not just a speed definition, it's also a latency definition, and a lack of data cap definition. So it basically is broader than just a speed number, and why that's important, I think, is that when you start defining things like low income and availability and deployment, I think it's very important to look at the affordability question, because as you noted, affordability is one thing that people don't look. And if broadband is 25.3 low latency, but it's extremely expensive because of data caps or because of infrastructure, then it's really not available. So I would throw that challenge out to say I think that you should be looking at how you define availability, because there may be areas that are quote unquote covered, but that where effectively they don't have broadband available in a way that will be meaningful to the people who live there, which of course also impacts adoption. If costing is a barrier to adoption, then that availability. So I would challenge you maybe to sort of accept as given the definition of broadband and hone in on how are you going to look at those other issues.
I totally agree, Chairwoman, and I think perhaps what we should have caveated that. I agree, and I think you were consistent with that in our subgroup. I think what Jeff was probably driving toward there was certainly those qualitative attributes that you just mentioned, because uptime and reliability is equally as important. Because if someone who is prone not to adopt has encountered such a horrible experience with reliability, that can obviously curb adoption as well. But I think what Jeff was also driving toward, and Claude, I may have to ask you to keep me honest on this, was also to say, should we have more aspirational ideas of what broadband availability? I mean, if we meet certainly we want to establish the floor at 25.3, but we know, as we've discussed it in our last sessions, is that going to get the job done 5 years from now? Are those laurels that we're going to be resting on if we've targeted a low-income community and brought them up to the basics?
So I agree with you 100% on that. And my only comment would be to that is I think you need to look at parity with what's available in other areas, particularly when you start looking at an urban-rural divide, and particularly within urban areas where you have one set of people who have certain availability of speed, reliability in other areas because perhaps they are low income, don't have the same access to services. When you start looking, if you start using terms like 25.3 being a floor is great, but I would suggest that we look at terms like how do you make it comparable. It shouldn't be different depending on what neighborhood you're living in a particular municipality or whether you live in, it should be at least comparable within reason to what you see in urban centers. So those types of concepts maybe plug in here as opposed to simply a straight focus on speed, because speed is a proxy for something else, right? It's a proxy for what can you do with the service. And so for me, parity is maybe a better way, or comparability maybe a better way or another way, maybe not better, but another way to look at that same, get at that same concept. Brent, sorry, do you want to respond to that before I go to Brent?
No, I think those are good points, certainly.
Okay, Brent.
Thank you. That was great. Just something brief for you to be aware of, because I think there's a lot of overlap. But Professor Gus Hurwitz at Nebraska Law School, he's director of the telecom law program. But he has a conference coming up in March. It's devoted to empirical papers about particularly the rural digital divide. And I don't know where our groups will be when it comes to March, but he might be willing to share abstracts for that conference. I know I'll be there and a few others, but I'll just put that on radar. There are, I know his program is looking at this, and there'll be scholars from around the country with papers on the subject.
Thank you.
Bob.
Yeah, I just wanted to underscore the deployment and availability, and I also agree on the wholeheartedly on the comparability. Comparability, I like to say, is not just a good idea, it's the law. And it actually is. But in terms of the 93% availability of 25.3, I'm guessing that that's based on data that was collected with the FCC's Form 477s, which grossly overstate availability, grossly. And there have been a number of studies they're working on. The FCC is engaged in fixing that, and there's the fabric is out there and all that kind of stuff. But just to let you know that number probably will drop substantially once we get better data on locations.
Brian.
Well, thank you. I think this is a great report, and I agree with basically everything that's been said here. A couple things I wanted to bring up. First, on the why broadband adoption matters. One thing I didn't see in this little list is government services. Increasingly, local governments, any government, it is easier for them to process everything if you apply online. So that's another one I think can be added to that list. I agree with the how you define availability. A couple other things I want to mention. First, cost of service. I know groups like NDIA have come out and said the FCC should collect cost information or rate information, what they charge, in their annual evaluation of if broadband is being deployed on time. But one of the other things I want to bring up was Lifeline. So the $9.25 discount, that's been sitting out there for a long time, and we know it really isn't based on any real science. It's the old subscriber line charge, right? I've never really seen a number of what would move the needle, right? So if we had some data there, I don't know where we get it. Of course, I know that about half the states have Lifeline matching programs. I think all those still go to voice, but looking at encouraging states to make that change if they can, or look at states where maybe that's happening, or like a couple states that come to mind, I think Missouri has a $6.50 match for their Lifeline. It can probably be applied to a bundled service. I mean, are states where that match is happening, is the amount of deployment or adoption higher? I don't know. I think it would be some interesting states to look at there. So those are just my thoughts.
No, thank you. That's, I think the universal service is expressly outside of the scope of what we're doing, but state matching of universal service is not, so well taken.
And I would just
to
add.
that point, I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
the states may have more flexibility to make it not a simply straight phone line issue than maybe the FCC would.
I think I've lost my train of thought, except
I'm
just to
sorry.
echo what Claude said. While the any alteration to the current USF is beyond our scope, I do think it is probably within our purview to account for that. And when we talk about inventory of options for these communities, I think one of the things that we have to really look at is what's the efficacy of the current Lifeline program, not altering or suggesting alteration, but what is its place in the kind of the continuum of opportunities for these communities. Because I'm not fully convinced, as we've heard multiple times, that we need to increase and the not only the inventory but also the kind of the disbursement of these programs. And I come back to, I don't know if we are confident yet to say, do we have an inventory problem, or do we have an adoption of the available inventory problem, or do we have some combination thereof? And I think that that's one of the things that while we can't make suggestions to alter USF Lifeline, I think we can certainly look at its context inside these programs.
And I would just add that the FCC seems to have kind of thinking about that, is what you said, of the chicken and egg kind of thing with adoption and what's going on. But the fact that they're looking in the RDOF at a subscription, right, tells you that that's a key component. And of course, the more people that subscribe, the more revenue you have as a provider, the more you can reinvest back in your network.
David?
On the deployment subgroup, I think that a lot of good work has been done today. That when you're looking at the challenges of urban versus rural, that a lot of good work was done by some of our members. Kelly, since he's out of the room, I'll talk about him, and Bob, in Articles 9 and 10 of the State Model Code that specifically focuses on the rural aspects. I mean, there are, by some measure, 21 states that have laws restricting any kind of municipal investment in infrastructure, whether that's public-private partnership or not. And I think there is empirical data out there showing that the adoption in those areas is lower in those states. It would have been 22, but our friends in Arkansas took that information from the state model code and got a law passed this last year. I would like to see us kind of have an in-detailed discussion around what those laws have an impact and whether or not we can look at Article 9 and 10 in the state model code.
Just happy to do that.
And
think
I would
it's
just
very
like,
applicable.
I'd like to add, just not to pile onto that, but to kind of to blend those two.
You're welcome.
Coming out. Yay, Arkansas. No, but to the comments that were just made, now I've lost my train of thought. My
It's the
turn to
lunch.
lose my
You
train
put
of
us after
thought.
lunch.
Yes, that's what it is. No, it has to do with adoption. So the issue that my visceral reaction to the FCC proposing an adoption criteria within RDOF is that adoption is not entirely within the control of the providers. So I think that this work is very critical on a lot of fronts to help get around the issues surrounding adoption. And is it honestly, sometimes it's just a lack of understanding that they've never had it, so they don't know they need it. And sometimes it's something else. And to the extent that we can tease out those factors, I think we're going to be doing a great service, because to your point, we all want to see more adoption. I mean, that's good for everybody. The more people that adopt, it's good for the providers, it's good for the communities, it's good for public policy. So, but it's not a simple, okay, so now we need to force the providers to figure out how to make people adopt. It's a lot more complicated than that. So I just want to applaud your work. I think you're driving at the right nail for what that's worth.
Thank you.
Well, on the adoption one, I was just impressed, Scott, on the statistic about the 60% of the households that don't subscribe cite a lack of need or interest. I mean, I think that's the pink elephant in the room, is that, lots of money has been spent to build network where it's available, and you've got, tens of millions of houses that have it available readily that aren't buying it. And there's a lot of headway to be made on that. I think it's fickle. It's not as, you can't just give it to an engineer, say, buy a box of parts, put it up on a pole, and the problem's done. Is it cultural? Is it religious? Is it an age issue? Is it technophobia? A lot of complicated issues on that. And I think that is the harder issue, but the bigger issue to solve. But on the network availability, I'm kind of interested in how you're sort of defining the availability. I mean, somewhat sort of to the latency thing. I mean, satellite broadband's available everywhere, so 60% of the people aren't getting it because they're not interested. I'm not sure that people that have satellite broadband, is their only choice that aren't getting it. I don't know that latency, I don't know, it's like that they're gamers and, but for the latency, that's really the bar for them. And I'm wondering how you guys are looking at wireless broadband. I'm looking at T-Mobile's release on the 5G sub-6 nationwide today, covering 200 million people. And on your data analysis on the correlation, I think you'd need to rerun your data now, because that's covering the urban poor. So I think you have an urban poor issue versus a rural poor issue. When you get into the rural poor, then you get into an age skewing. It's not just that they're rural, it's they're rural, they're poorer, they're older, they're whiter, they're more conservative, and there's a number of other correlated factors that go with it, and which one of those you're pairing, I think, can go to your analysis. I think the wireless, if you take the wireless component in, because the way that wireless carpets coverage, I just don't think this is productive to pursue in this kind of discrimination notion, because I just don't think it's there. But what's indisputably there is 60% of the people, when we build a network in front of them, just aren't even interested. And then you got another chunk. It's like, well, I'd be interested, but I can't afford it. Of course, affordability also goes to value. Like the taxi driver with the iPhone. I mean, you don't have to buy an iPhone. There are phones that cost a third of that as much. It's not like a constitutional entitlement to an iPhone, right? So affordability also goes to value. If I don't think something's really very it doesn't provide a lot of utility to me, then I consider its price relatively high. If I saw higher utility, I might exchange that for other goods in my market and say, okay, I'm going to buy a basic phone, not a fancier phone, and I'm going to buy the broadband. And then, of course, with the wireless broadband versus wireline, I think a lot of people, particularly younger people, increasingly look at wireless as the only broadband that they're interested in. Although you can get usage charges with wireless, I think a comparison for younger folks is if I buy a $100 wireless service and a $100 wireline service, I'm spending $200. If I get a wireless only service and I have, say for $100, I have $20 of usage charges, I saved $80. So it depends whether you look at it as their total package, or you say, well, look, this is bad because you spent an extra 20, where the consumer may say, no, I saved 80. And I think increasingly as broadband speeds go up, usage caps go up with it, you'll see again, and we're seeing it now, younger people, post-college roommate situations, where they don't want to get a terrestrial broadband connection at their apartment because they're only there some of the time. Their phone, their tablet is their broadband device. They want it with them. The same way people cut their landline phone, then people cut the cord on their cable over the top. I think there's going to be a movement away from terrestrial broadband as wireless broadband meets more of consumers' needs. It won't be everybody, it won't be overnight, it won't be all of them, but it just like not everybody cut their landline phone all at once either, be a trend increasing over time.
Did you want to respond?
Just real quickly, yeah, one of the interesting sayings I like is there's a lot of wire in wireless, right?
Oh, yeah.
So even if we go wireless, we're going to have to push fiber deep into every one of these communities. And so there's been some incredible advancements with wireless point-to-point, particularly on AT&T's point in my home community, just getting great response from that. And so it'd be interesting to see where the 5G rollout takes us.
And Chris, it'd comfort you to know that we have kind of challenged that norm as far as the wireline bias in this regard, but we're kind of, at this point, at least up to this point, stayed kind of inside those policy lines. But I think you're absolutely right. We need to be thinking about where are all the tools in the toolbox to achieve this outcome. So it's not an area that we have forgotten per se, but that is what we've put forward for our report today. But thank you for the challenge.
I'd actually like to challenge the 60% number a little bit too, because it's actually 60% of households that don't subscribe.
Right.
It's not 60% of the homes you pass. It's 60% of the households that choose not to subscribe or saying they don't need it or want it. That's, in my perspective, that's an educational issue. But even if I submit to you, and I'd be curious to know too, like.
I mean, that's a little, maybe they just don't like the taste of it.
Well, maybe they don't, but I don't
But I
think.
mean, isn't it a bit presumptuous to say, if I could educate you, you would want what I want, and you're like, you're just not smart enough to want this because I haven't educated you. Maybe it's just
No.
something, maybe they want to read a book instead. Maybe they just don't have a purpose in their lifestyle it doesn't serve a need for them. I mean, I don't think you're gonna get that 60% drive it to zero if we could just, force feed these people with,
No,
information.
first of all, no, and that's not what I said. I don't think you're ever going to drive it to zero. There's going to be some group of people that just don't want it because they don't want it or they don't think they need it.
Right.
But the nonprofits that I speak to and the work that they do in this space, it is oftentimes that people don't understand what broadband can bring them from an economic standpoint, particularly when you get into these rural areas because they haven't had it, they don't have the experience. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm not saying that people can be educated out of a position
Right.
into buy. That's different.
Right.
I'm not saying you manipulate them into buying something they don't want. I'm saying that there is a significant percentage of that 60% that needs to be informed about what broadband can be them, so they bring to them so they can make an informed decision. But the other thing that I think is also true is that when you get into these areas where there's a single provider, you don't see the same level of adoption rates as where there's competition. And I think that was the part that I really wanted to challenge you guys on, is where you only have one provider, you really don't see adoption rates of 60, 70, 80% like you do in in urban areas. Where you get to 80% adoption rates are where you have competition. And so I would be curious if there's a way to sort of dive into that and address adoption not only from a straight up or down vote, I like it, I don't like it, or what is the impact of having multiple providers offering the same service in an area on adoption rates, because I think they go higher. I call it my fast food theory of broadband. When McDonald's opens in a town, they sell a certain number of hamburgers, and when the Wendy's opens in the same town, they locate right next to the McDonald's and everybody sells more hamburgers. I actually think that's how it works, at least from my anecdotal observation of the marketplace. And I would be very curious to know if that's true, and if we should be trying to push for policies that encourage multiple providers in these areas as opposed to focusing. Obviously, you got to get one before you get two, but I think that in some of these areas, the multiple providers are what give you that
Couldn't agree more.
competitive set.
That gets to the inventory, I think, crux that we were talking about is the more options are there, it probably has a direct impact on overall adoption.
I think the FCC has steered away from the notion of multiple subsidized competitors because it's going to double the cost of, reaching the unserved. I don't know that the data holds up on the assumption that multiple providers drives the higher penetration. I think you have multiple providers where you have denser population, which tends to have higher income, which tends to have higher education levels. So what's correlated, what's driving what? But I think there's a caution. One policy choice I thought the FCC did was very, very good, was to focus on those who don't have broadband at all over upspeeding those who have it would like it faster. I think we have to take care of those who don't have it at all first, rather than those like, well, I can read web pages or whatever, but I can't download a 4K movie or something, because there's a limited budget, and because you have a limited budget per year, you have a queue of years. And so we want to be sensitive to those people who are at the end of that queue and get broadband to as many people as fast as possible, and that means we have to be economic in how we do it. So, before you would want to build a second subsidized network in a community, you'd want to make sure you had some community that didn't have none, and build that one before you overbuilt a second one.
Yeah, and to be clear, I did not say a subsidized network. I said multiple providers, and that you should have policies that encourage adoption so that you have multiple providers. I did not say that you should subsidize broadband for multiple people in areas. And that's an important distinction, because if you actually do this right, you shouldn't need a subsidy, except in the very largest, most expensive use case where you have 5 people and they're at the end of the road, as you put it. That's really where the subsidies belong. WISPs do this all the time in areas that other providers can't do for whatever economic reason, and so you don't have to have a subsidy to serve some of these lower income areas, which is why I said I think we need to explore the correlation. Because if there is a correlation between the number of providers and adoptions, we should identify it. And there may not be, but like I said, anecdotally, that's my observation. And density does play a factor, but even in rural areas, you don't have 100%. Urban areas, you don't have 100% adoption, even where you have 5 choices of providers. So you're not going to force people to take something they don't want, but the availability and the competition does drive adoption rates, I think, and I'd be curious to know if that bears out, because that's my observation.
And I think, I take your WISP point there that, you know, a lot of the higher cost, lower density areas can be more effectively addressed with a fixed wireless or
Yeah.
even maybe a 5G mobile wireless solution. And of course, to the extent that it's more efficient to do it that way, we can cover more people sooner, faster.
Kelly?
Yeah, I think in addition to what you were saying, I think also looking at areas that, because certain providers offer discount programs for low income, but then there are many areas of the country where, especially in rural areas, you might only have one provider and that provider might not be offering some sort of discount program. And so that's, I think, a really hard problem to solve, but I would love to hear, you know, you guys kind of work through that a little bit as part of this report, because I think that's a big hole in this.
Noted.
Bob, did you have a comment? Did I miss you?
Oh, sorry. No.
Okay.
Made my comment.
Yes. Oh, Michael.
Excellent reports, by the way. But in light of our most recent topic, it seems to me that where you have competition, you also have more marketing, and that might be part of it. And that is something.
What was that last part, Michael?
Where you have more competition, you also have more marketing, and that's something that you're looking at as well. If people don't know they need it, they don't know what they don't know.
Turn the volume up on that.
Okay.
All right.
You-
No, I'm
you
saying,
got-
you're
oh,
right.
that
Turn the
volume.
volume up on the relevancy. Absolutely.
Okay.
But thank you for speaking louder, too.
Yeah. Anyway, excellent reports of the three, since the microphone's on. All five chairmen are going up against a firing squad, I think, on Thursday, and I hope that we've provided them a little bit of context on the good work that they're trying to accomplish.
Chairwoman, can I make one
Of
comment
course.
before we close? I know you want
Yeah.
to bring it to an end, but let me say this humbly before you. We're glad to be challenged on our data points. Please, that's one of the things that I think eludes us right now is getting down to some universal truisms on some of these things. So, obviously, we make efforts to source things like authorities like NTIA in our estimation of these things. If there are better, more universally accepted data marts for us to mine, please don't be bashful. Let us know where you have found confidence in certain data sets, and we will certainly take that under advisement.
Thank you. Any other comments or oh, Brent, sorry.
Just a short thing on data points. So you mentioned the NTIA number, the 60%. And I think for the last 4 or 5 years, that number's actually gone up, which is kind of odd. But if you think about it, so in absolute terms, number of people uninterested has gone down. But the people who are interested are adopting, it seems like. And what you have left are kind of a core group who don't want. So you're actually seeing the number go up, which is, but so don't let it mislead us. But in absolute terms, it's going down.
Right, so fewer people not adopting, but a greater percentage of them for that reason, is your point. Okay, any other, yes?
Thank you. That was a great report, guys. The one comment I've got, and it goes back to something that was said early in the, I'm just going to lose this. Oh, well. That was said early on in the report is, I picked up on this, and of course, we did a lot of work on this with the state model code. But I don't want us to discount, and I don't want to end on a discordant note, but what we saw in our research is that the further away you are, and I've said this before, but I think it bears repeating, the further away you are from the backbone build, the cost of deployment go up, right? So in a rural area or in a part of town where there's not a lot of business, and so in an urban area where there's not service to other businesses in that area, the cost of deployment in an urban area are really expensive. The cost of deployment in a rural area that's far away from the backbone is very expensive because you've had to go down county highways and maybe encounter rock and all kinds of other things. So to encourage counties and municipalities to streamline and remove as many barriers as possible to deployment. The margins for deployment, or the margins for, profit margins become very thin as you get away from the backbone. And so when permitting costs are lower or removed, in fact, what we're seeing now in a lot of counties throughout the South is the opposite of what a lot of municipalities are doing, where they are actually removing permitting fees because they want to encourage deployment into their rural areas. We're seeing more streamlining in those counties, and so, or in a lot of rural counties. And so anything that we can do to encourage the removal of those types of barriers is going to be something that's going to encourage the providers to take another look at building out to those areas. Because we, in the industry, we all have sales teams, and everybody knows sales guys. They will, I've had people, sales guys come to me and say, well, look, I've sold this big deal. Well, yeah, but it's on an island. There's no way we can build network out there. I'm sorry, you're going to have to say no to that one. Sales guys will sell whatever, and then they will either come to the lawyers or they will come to the numbers guys, and the accounting team and the financing team will look at it and say, well, there's just no way we can make money off that. And so what happens is you have a desert. You have an area, a community that's not served because there's not even a provider that can make the money to get out there. And so, back to Elizabeth's point, nobody's talking about subsidizing networks, and frankly, we've had some experience with communities that have built out networks, and we've all know the history of some of those, and don't work well, or they work to push out other providers. But what does seem to work a lot is to reduce the barriers for providers to get in there, right? So that's something I would ask you to continue to look at.
Alan.
Yeah, I just wanted to address the senior citizen issue, one, because I almost am one, and hopefully my mother's not listening. I'm going to use her as an example. She's 91, and she's very well connected. But about once a year, my brother has to go over and clean up her computer where she has responded to somebody who said, you're having problems with your network, turn it over to us. And, for my entire career, we've been telling senior citizens, we don't collect your power bill at your door. If somebody's knocking at your door and saying, I'm here to cut your power off or give me money, it's not us. So we ask you to come into our office. I don't know, what kind of security measures can be made, but it's a very vulnerable group. They're very trustworthy, and if you get them connected, it's got all these great benefits like telemedicine and everything else, but you've also opened them up to more people to take advantage of them. So it's a barrier that I don't know has been addressed before, but my brother would certainly testify that he's regularly over there.
Alan, likewise, I think Kelly brought up a great point. When we talk about the price-sensitive consumer who has one device, and financial institutions are notorious for moving to a dual authentication. How do you begin to solve that problem? And if you're a one device per family, where's the equity inside the home? It's one thing to get it to the home, but then inside the home, where you need to solve those problems. So,
Yeah, I actually
certainly
think that kind of thing is worth noting and report. That type of barrier is worth noting. If it's an identifiable barrier for certain income level groups, that's pretty significant. Tom?
Yeah, I think the challenge that we've seen in the group is, as you look at deployment to rural areas, I think it's clearly understood the costs go up, certainly the further away from the backbone that you get. I think the challenge that we've had in the subgroup is that the charge is deployment to low income. And low income doesn't necessarily correlate to rural.
Right.
And I think that's where we often, I get wrapped around the axle with this thing is trying to determine, again, the low-income area and deployment to low-income versus deployment to rural areas, which I think there can be correlation, but it's not necessarily directly there. I think that goes back to the point that Claude made on causality, and I think that's where there's still some struggle with this. So,
Nancy.
Thanks. I just wanted to pick up on what my good friend Kelly said about the permit fees. I just want to, I understand part of the charge is looking at barriers, but that this has been discussed ad nauseum in the previous BDAC. And I guess if it is a topic that you guys are going to take on, then I would suggest going back to the causation point, to what extent do the permit fees actually have an impact on deployment? I'm not, with NATOA, I am not in the deployment business, but I suspect it's not just the upfront cost. I suspect you're looking at the full business case over a number of years. And so I think we need to keep in mind that, a permit fee is a one-time upfront cost that is generally a cost-based fee. And so, you need to keep that in mind in the big picture and not just assume that a permit fee, because it exists, is the barrier. And Kelly mentioned rock. Local government can't really get rock out of the way it's there, right? So there are a lot of things that impact cost in terms of getting out to rural areas or in lower income areas where there isn't a business case. So I would just suggest that, making that business case, whether you can make the business case, is a lot more than just a, local regulatory barrier.
Scott?
Yeah, good point. We're seeing kind of an explosion of county engagement in Indiana. I think we've got about 20 communities that have now adopted a fee-free zone. They've expedited permits in 10 days, and they've appointed leadership, a point of contact in that community. And the impact, I think, to your point, is it seems minimal up front. And in some communities, it's significant, but in many, particularly rural counties and others, it's minimal. But the important piece is engaging the community for the first time, getting them to the table, and helping them understand they may be doing things that are not helpful. And if they can remove those things and create some leadership, it's a great very first step. And that's an important step forward. So that's the benefit I see in some of that activity.
And the only thing I would add to that is that those fees are incremental and they are one time. And really what you're addressing is the sustainability issue. And sometimes something like that can tip the scales depending on how high the fees are or how many there are. Or it's just that extra added step that might cause a provider to choose a different path. But yes, it doesn't change the sustainability of the overall project to have a $1,000 fee up front or not. It's still, you have to address the sustainability issue as well, which is straight back to adoption.
Well, and if I could just respond to that.
Because you can 100% subsidize the build, and it doesn't help you sustain it if you don't have adoption.
And sometimes it's not simply a one-time fee. Or in fact, oftentimes, most times, it's not a one-time fee. I mean, you have a permitting fee, but you also have some type of ongoing fee to be in the right-of-way. So in some states, you are going to pay, depending on the traffic count, as high as $5,000 per mile per year. That's an ongoing expense. In some states, you pay some percentage of your gross sales within that community. And in some states, you pay some type of hybrid. So, and that's over and above the one-time permit fee you pay to. So these are all things that, again, salespeople can sell anything. But the finance team, we all have to provide value for our shareholders. And so the finance team is going to look at every one of those deals that the salesperson brings to them and says, I can sell this. Well, can we make money off of it? And I mean, if a company like AT&T or Unity or any other fiber provider or wireless provider decides to say pass, and this is the decision that's decided, hundreds of miles, maybe thousands of miles away, because they just can't overcome the financial barrier to make money on that deal. Well, then there's a whole community that may be affected by that. If it's rural, it might be very wealthy folks, wealthy farmers or something that live in a rural area, or poor folks that also live in that area. If it's in an urban area where there's just not a lot of business development, that's also an issue. I mean, so those are absolutely ongoing things that we need to, the committee needs to look at and look at those. I mean, that's all, that's what our charge is, to identify barriers, talk about ways to remove them or to work around them. But it's
You know,
ongoing.
one thing you said kind of triggered a thought about going back to Tom's point, is that you have these urban cores or these urban holes where areas are not served for whatever reason, and generally they're lower income. These types of fees that you're talking about that you oftentimes see in larger metropolitan areas, I would be very curious as the impact on that, because if you're paying $5,000 a mile per mile in certain urban areas, and you're in a very low-income area where the adoption rates arguably might be lower, or where you can't charge as much, that becomes cost prohibitive. And this is something, I don't know, maybe you guys are already looking at it in that level of detail, but I think that may be one way to approach this urban divide, is to look at how those fees impact deployment in urban areas that are not. Because I'm thinking particularly, and not to call it any particular municipality, but I'm thinking like the city of Manhattan, they can pretty much charge what they want, and they do. They charge a lot of money to locate there. I don't know what percentage of Manhattan is not served with broadband, but I would be curious to know if there are pockets where they have lower income that is not getting service, and if those charges are impacting. Because that's a place where that type of recommendation might really move the needle. I know San Jose has similar problems of, I think it's like 50,000 unserved in San Jose. Why? I mean, I don't know that it's fees. I don't know what it is, but there's got to be a why to that. I mean, it might be this point that Kelly's addressing. Just a thought.
And I would say, if you have data, send it our way. We're happy to look at it.
Yeah, of course I don't.
I know.
Other people do, yes.
I was speaking to the group as a whole.
Globally. All right, any other comments? Thank you, great report, great discussion. Looking forward to what comes next. And speaking of next, we have dates for next year. Yes, look at us ahead of the game. Justin gets the award. Okay, so right now we're setting 2-day meetings. Some of these may be scaled back to one, but we figure it's always easier to drop than to add. So the first date is March 30th through 31st of 2020. That will be our next meeting. March 30th and 31st. I believe that's a Monday, Tuesday. The next meeting will be in June 23rd and 24th. And then we currently have set October 7th and 8th. In March, we'll determine whether there's another meeting after October, but right now, October 7th and 8th is the last one we have scheduled. All right. So that takes us to the open discussion portion of the meeting. I want to say that the reports are great. The work is moving ahead, and I'm really looking forward to what comes out of the working groups as we go forward, and I appreciate everybody's time and effort. Does anyone have anything that they would like to bring up during the open discussion period? Well, I'd like to thank you again. I know this is not your day job, and the amount of time it takes is significant, and the level of effort that everyone has put in is obvious, and really greatly appreciate you and what you do. And with that, we are adjourned. I still have no gavel, so I'm not going to do it.